Yes, welcome to all the participants, delegates, His Excellencies from all over the world to be with this World Conference on Intangible Cultural Heritage. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening. Distinguished delegates, once again, I wish you all a very warm welcome. It's a pleasure to see you all again, and I'm looking forward to embarking on day 2 of our committee meeting. We advanced very well yesterday, thanks to you. We are moving along according to schedule. Having completed our examination of items 1 to 7B as initially foreseen, and we even went ahead of schedule by completing our examinations of 7C. Examinations of the reports by states, non-party on the elements inscribed on the representative list. It is very important to continue this work rhythm as we have many items to cover for this session, and I appeal from you to contribute to that. Shortly before the start of today's plenary session, the Bureau met for the first time in the morning today. I would like to make a few important announcements following the deliberations of the Bureau, namely with regards to changes to the provisional timetable. Dear colleagues, the Bureau has decided to adjust the provisional timetable to accommodate our advancements yesterday and to assure a smooth process for the voting that is required to take place as part of item 16, the establishment of the evaluation body. This provisional timetable has been published online, and I will explain the changes to you now. Yes, on the screen you can see, we will start today's meeting with the examination of item 7D, that is reports by state parties on the use of international assistance from the timetable from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. Item 16, establishment of the evaluation body, was initially scheduled for examination on Saturday, the last day of the committee. It will now be organized in two parts. There are two parts. The first part, which will take place today, is to open the item, which will allow committee members to proceed with voting. And then the second part will take place on Saturday, with the results of the election incorporated into the adopted draft decision. This arrangement allows for sufficient time for the counting of ballots, and if needed, it accommodates the possibility of a second secret ballot. As a result, the Bureau has decided that the voting will indeed take place tomorrow, Wednesday, the 15th December, in room 5 of UNESCO headquarters from 1:20 p.m. to 2 p.m. That is tomorrow, Wednesday, from 1:20 p.m. to 2 p.m. Paris time. More information about this process will be shared when we discuss item 16. In the eventuality that we manage to finish 7.D, part 1 of item 16, and even the beginning of item 8 ahead of time, I would propose to stop early to have a longer break. In this way, we can start the inscriptions in the afternoon in Paris time and keep to the schedule indicated in the order of files as proposed by the Secretariat. I hope these changes to provisional timetable are clear and amenable to you all. Regarding item 8, as you may recall, I have invited you to inform the Secretariat of your request for debates or amendments to specific draft decisions concerning nominations by 8 a.m. today, that is 14th. So far, the Bureau has received requests to open the debate on one nomination to the urgent safeguarding list and 2 nominations to the representative list. Although nothing stops any committee member from taking the floor on any decisions if it so wishes, I would strongly encourage you to submit these requests as soon as possible in order to allow the Bureau to better organize the time available for debating these items. Without further ado, let make a start on item 7D. Now we are moving on to item 7D. And also, I must welcome our Deputy Director General or Additional Director General, Mr. Otone Erneste. Good morning to you. Yes, and good morning to all the members here. I forgot that, right? Anyway, now we are starting 7D. Yes. Reports of state parties on the use of international assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. That is 7D. This is an important means to take stock of the implementation of the convention on the ground. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Curtis, the floor is yours to present this item to us. And good morning to you also. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, and good morning to all the committee members and all the observers and participant states. Just to remind you that Article 24.3 of the Convention provides that the beneficiary state party shall submit to the committee a report on the use made of assistance provided for the safeguarding on the use made of the assistance provided for the safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage. During this session, this reporting period covers 2 cycles, meaning from 1st of July 2019 up to the 30th of June 2021, and that is because no report was made to the committee meeting last year, which we convened, you might remember, on a reduced agenda basis. So with your permission, Mr. Chairperson, I would like to ask my colleague, Ms. Juliana Forero, who leads the team within the Secretariat for the implementation and monitoring of the international assistance, if she could provide more details regarding this item.
Yes, good morning, Juliana, and over to you, Juliana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, Secretary. At this session, 29 reports are presented in Annex 1 of the document 7D. They are final reports for those projects that have been completed and progress reports for those still undergoing implementation. Summaries of these reports can also be found in the dedicated webpage of the Convention. Actually, these reports represent only a portion of the ongoing projects. The second table in Annex 2 includes a list of 17 projects of which reports were still forthcoming at the end of the reporting period of this report. In total, 46 projects in 37 state parties have been supported with international assistance for a total amount of $5.3 million during the last 2 years. Under the reporting period, 8 state parties were granted assistance for the first time, which points to a steady expansion of geographical outreach of the mechanism, as the states represent 47%, 8 out of 17, of the requests granted during the reporting period. The state parties granted are Pakistan, South Sudan, Uruguay, Antigua and Barbuda, Burundi, Cook Island, Egypt, and Grenada. 3 of them are small island development states. If I may continue, to give figures, between 1st July 2019 and 30 June 2021, 16 international assistance requests were submitted to the Bureau for its examination, of which 13 were granted assistance for a total amount of $1.1 million. During this period, the committee, at its 14 and 15 sessions, granted assistance to 4 requests for an amount of greater than $100,000 for a total amount of $788,120 submitted by Albania, Burkina Faso, Belarus, and Namibia. The state parties continued to make technical assistance arranged by the Secretariat, preparatory assistance, as well as the so-called service modality. More details are given in the working document. Capacity building remains the most common focus, while the inclusion of living heritage in education has also become more prominent with the international assistance mechanism. The inclusion of intangible cultural heritage in formal and non-formal education continues to grow. Dear committee members, under this item, I would like to highlight several points of observation. I wish to highlight that during the current reporting period was highly impacted by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. As indicated in the working document, less requests were submitted during the reporting period compared to previous cycles. The pandemic is considered to be the major reason for this trend, and it has not been possible for the state parties to assess the safeguarding actions needed or to ensure the necessary community participation for preparing international assistance requests. The impact has been shown in concretely delayed, mostly in 3 main issues. The first one is the delay of the implementation of the ongoing projects. The second one is the delay of starting time for the approved projects. And the third one is the reduce of number of requests received. Nevertheless, the Secretariat has been working and supporting state parties through all administrative and technical measures needed to ensure that the implementation of the international assistance project will be implemented adequately. Going forward, I would like to highlight some points for the attention of the committee. I wish to stress the importance of monitoring of the international assistance mechanism of the 2003 Convention. This is why the dedicated safeguarding, implementation and monitoring team established in October 2019 has been shifting the focus of the Secretariat's operation to systematic monitoring, lessons learning and assessment of the outcomes of funded projects. As one of the first steps, the toolkit for requesting international assistance from the 2003 Convention has been prepared. This toolkit will explain how to plan and monitor projects and provide basic information of the international assistance mechanism, such as the key concepts of the Convention, selection criteria, and scope for international assistance requests. We hope that the toolkit will help address the decrease of the international assistance request due to the current pandemic at the Secretariat intensify its effort to promote the mechanism, particularly among state parties that have not applied to it. The toolkit will be launched during the side event on this session.
Members, can you hear the voice? Any technical difficulty find you, please? Can you hear? Members,
Yes.
participants, please, somebody raise your hand. Can you hear the voice from Paris headquarters?
Yes, they can hear.
Can? Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, time to time we test like that. Don't worry about that. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. The toolkit will be launched during this side event on this session, which will take place on Wednesday, 15 December from 30:40 to 14:10 Paris time. And please allow us to show a short promotional video clip which explains the benefits of the setup of the mechanism. No.
The International Assistance Mechanism of the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage supports local initiatives and communities worldwide to safeguard their living heritage. All state parties to the 2003 Convention can access financial assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund any number of times for different projects. Since the fund was established in 2008, over 100 projects have been funded in more than 55 countries across all regions, representing more than $8 million of assistance. Funding can be made available for all sorts of purposes for safeguarding living heritage. For example, the implementation of projects and programs, creation of public policy on intangible cultural heritage, awareness raising, preparation of inventories and capacity building activities, among others. Types of assistance have different processes and deadlines. Emergency assistance. Assistance up and over $100,000. Preparatory and technical assistance. Strong community involvement for the preparation and implementation of the project is central to the criteria for evaluating the project. Also, sustainability and feasibility of activities are considered. After submitting a request for assistance, the Secretariat will assess it and offer to each state party the opportunity to revise the project proposal before the final evaluation by the correspondent organ takes place. Remember, funding the assistance of an expert can be provided to help draft the request. Please get in touch with the Secretariat to find out more. ICH assistance at unesco.org. Local needs for safeguarding living heritage are all significant. The ICH Fund is here for you.
In parallel, the Secretariat is developing a strategy aiming to enhance the mechanism with a solid monitoring system beyond the administrative follow-up. The preliminary analysis indicates a series of issues to be addressed. For example, the need to link the monitoring with the overall results framework, mainly with regards to sustainable development, also to enhance capacity building for preparation of requests, and to reflect the voice of the communities to learn from their experience when implementing the projects. The intention of the Secretariat is to complete the strategy by 2022. That's all, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliana. It's a very important announcement that you are given, a description very nicely about the assistance. Now I open the floor. Does anybody wish to take the floor? Yes, none, okay? Yeah, I see none. They are happy about the thing. So let us move now to the decision. Please refer to document LHE 2116-7D and its draft decision in paragraph 15. So we can see on the screen now. Yes. Okay, now I would like to ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.com7.d as shown on the screens. Yes, again I see no objections. Seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16.com7.d adopted. Who have? I think even the Secretariat would like to know something. I would like to announce that. That is, I would like to invite those states who have already benefited by this assistance to take the floor. I think that's going to be very important. How it had happened, whether you got it on time, and the advantages, and all that. So please, over to people who have benefited by the assistance. Over to you. Take the floor. It's very important for us. Yeah, I think we have a list. I think it's easy for me now. Here I have, according to the alphabetical order, I will go. Colombia first. They have benefited. So I cordially invite Colombia to express your views after getting this assistance. Please, over to you, Colombia. And followed by Republic of Korea. Colombia, followed by...
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, of course. Why not?
Thank you very much. And good morning to you and to the Secretariat and to all the members of the committee. So Colombia actually benefited of 2 projects, and for that, we would like to express our great gratitude to UNESCO, to the Secretariat, to the Intergovernmental Committee for this international assistance provided to implement 2 important projects, which have contributed greatly to the safeguarding of the ICH, strengthening local capacities of bearers and practitioners, and also to strengthen the role of the ICH in peace building and reconciliation. Both projects have helped to bring communities and bearers in Colombia closer to the principle of the 2003 Convention. So the first project is called Intangible Cultural Heritage as a basis of resilience, reconciliation, and the construction of peace environments in Colombian post-agreements. This is the agreements of peace. A capacity building strategy for the ICH safeguarding was carried out with a community-based ICH inventory, which had significant impacts in bringing together ex-combatants and the host community in the town of Pondores, which is in the department of La Guajira, which is at the north of Colombia, in the northern coast of the Caribbean. Throughout the implementation of the project, both communities came together for the shared purpose of safeguarding ICH, thus providing a basis for building a conducive context of peaceful coexistence to facilitate the reintegration of demobilized armed groups, which in Colombia, it's a very important process. This project has contributed positively and significantly to share learning in the broader context of ICH safeguarding in emergency situations, especially concerning post-conflict and peace-building context. Our second project is called My Heritage, My Region, a strategy for capacity building in social management of intangible cultural heritage in 2 departments of the Colombia Orinoco region. And this project was developed in the Savannah region of Colombia, which is at the east of the country, and aimed at transferring methodological tools and building capacity on bearers and stakeholders for ICH safeguarding in an ample territorial extension and very complicated access roads, allowing to build institutional capacity to support the implementation of the 2003 Convention and the National ICH Policy of Colombia. The project contributed to come closer to the ICH practitioners and bearers in the deep rural territories of this region, which is also the territorial context of the Llano work zones, an element described in the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding in 2017. So we kindly invite you all to have a look at these 2 projects in the website of the Secretary, and thank you very much for your attention, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We are very, very happy to hear from you. And I have a list already. Yeah, I think there's a video, okay? We'll watch the video first. Yeah. I think there is no sound here, but anyway, you enjoy the visuals. We too enjoy the visuals. Yes, thank you very much for the beautiful visuals from Colombia. Now, I will read out the people who have benefited have sent their information to the Secretariat. I will read out. Democratic People's Republic of Korea, then Kyrgyzstan, Morocco, St. Kitts and Nevis, Senegal, Uganda. Yes, Uganda. So those countries, please raise your, lower your hand, because already we have the list. So take off your hand. Okay, now then I cordially invite Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Over to you, Korea, and good morning to you also.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since I am taking floor for the first time, I would like to congratulate you upon your nomination as the chair of the 16th session of the committee. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, as a state party to the 2003 Convention, is actively promoting the safeguarding and transmission of the intangible cultural heritage created and accumulated over a long history by our people. We are continuously emphasizing the role of communities which are active players of the safeguarding and transmission of the intangible cultural heritage. And we have seen many elements were registered as national ICH and on the local ICH inventories under the growing interest. Several of them were inscribed on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. In 2018, 2019, under the international financial assistance from the ICH Fund. The project of strengthening the capacities of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea for community-based inventorying of ICH and for elaborating nomination files under the mechanism of the 2003 Convention was successfully implemented through cooperation with UNESCO Beijing office. The project consisted of a comprehensive training workshop on community-based inventorying and preparing the nominations to the lists of the convention and a pilot community-based exercise in selected communities. Many officials of central and local government bodies, experts in the field of ICH, and local people were present there. We noticed that the project, compared with the previous ones, was rich in training contents, and through its implementation, we achieved good success in terms of capacity building on documentation means and technologies for an ICH inventorying, sharing of international experience and knowledge, and establishing a methodology which helps the direct engagement of local communities. In conclusion, the project has contributed to our overall efforts to safeguard ICH, and we appreciate the scale, implementation method, and result of the project. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea will continue to closely cooperate with the Secretariat of the 2003 Convention for the safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Morocco. Over to you, Morocco.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. And as I take the floor for the first time, I would like to thank you, to congratulate you for your election, of course, and acknowledge your efforts to make that this session going very smoothly. And thank you for that and for your effort. Monsieur le Président, le Maroc, en effet, bénéficiait de l'assistance internationale et à ce sujet, je voudrais remercier l'UNESCO, le secrétariat et les États membres du comité intergouvernemental. Nous en avons bénéficié par rapport à un projet de revitalisation du champ féminin de Taroudante et de sa région. Et jusqu'à un passé récent, un grand nombre de femmes de la ville de Taroudante et des tribus voisines maîtrisaient des chants traditionnels, les pratiquaient régulièrement et les transmettaient à leurs filles. Il s'agit de groupes de femmes formant des troupes jouant leur spectacle à des occasions sociales diverses. Et depuis quelques années, ces chants féminins deviennent de plus en plus rares et on les rencontre presque plus au cours des occasions festives familiales et communautaires. Et la transmission s'est alors arrêtée et les jeunes filles n'accordaient plus le même intérêt à cet héritage artistique ancestral. L'association Bhaïr Dalia s'est portée volontaire de proposer un projet visant la revitalisation des chants féminins pratiquement quasi disparus. Et assisté par l'UNESCO, ce projet est réalisé en partenariat avec le département de la culture au Maroc. Les communautés concernées, en l'occurrence les femmes praticiennes, ont contribué à l'élaboration et la mise en œuvre du projet. Les différents participants, sociétés civiles, universitaires, représentants des administrations publiques, élus, médias, ont été impliqués dans la réalisation des actions programmées. Les résultats sont les suivants, c'est que les actions du projet ont été étalées sur une période de 2 ans, 2017-2019, et ont permis d'atteindre les résultats suivants. L'organisation de plusieurs ateliers de formation et de renforcement des capacités, l'organisation d'ateliers au profit de jeunes étudiantes universitaires pour les former aux techniques et méthodologies de l'inventaire et de la documentation, l'inventaire et la collecte des chants anciens, les paroles autrefois chantées sont restituées auprès des vieilles dames et transcrites. Les paroles recueillies sont mises en forme dans un recueil poétique faisant état des différents genres de chants et présentent les différentes troupes reconstituées. L'élaboration d'un guide méthodologique du chant féminin présentant les savoir-faire et les techniques indispensables pour travailler sur cet élément. la production d'un documentaire de 13 minutes qui archive les éléments essentiels du chant féminin, en l'occurrence les costumes, les instruments de musique et les différents types de chants. L'élaboration également d'un support multimédia CD-ROM comprenant les différentes composantes du chant féminin. Et donc, 6 troupes de femmes praticiennes ont été recréées et le projet prévoyait initialement 5 troupes uniquement. Nous avons également acquis des costumes, des instruments de musique pour les mettre à la disposition des troupes recréées. Nous avons organisé la première édition du Festival des chants féminins à Taroudante et cet événement a connu l'intégration progressive des filles dans le spectacle animé par les 6 troupes reconstituées. Le festival permettra de réunir régulièrement les 6 troupes praticiennes formées dans le cadre du projet, ainsi que les artistes des chants féminins qui peuvent relever d'autres régions du Maroc ou encore d'autres pays étrangers. La réussite qu'a connue ce projet et les échos positifs qu'il a laissés auprès des acteurs publics et privés et de la société civile encouragent l'association porteuse du projet à le proposer pour une éventuelle inscription sur le registre des bonnes pratiques à l'avenir. Merci, Monsieur le Président, encore une fois. Merci à l'UNESCO, au secrétariat et au comité intergouvernemental pour ce soutien.
Thank you very much, Morocco, in safeguarding the female chants of Taroudant, considering the female. Thank you very much. It's great. We are very happy. And now I would like to invite St. Kitts and Nevis. Over to you. Yeah, any technical problem for St. Kitts and Nevis? Shall I go to the next and come back to you later? Yes. So Senegal, please get ready, Senegal. I will come back to St. Kitts later. Senegal, please, over to you, Senegal.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président, et merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Je vous félicite pour votre élection, tout d'abord. Dans le cadre du projet renforcement des capacités nationales en matière de sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel au Sénégal, réalisé grâce à l'assistance internationale accordée au Sénégal en 2018 par le comité intergouvernemental de l'UNESCO pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel pour un montant d'un peu moins de 100 000 dollars. Des résultats importants ont été notés. Mais avant de partager ces quelques résultats de ce projet d'assistance internationale, je voudrais rappeler d'abord que depuis janvier 2016, la direction du patrimoine culturel rattachée au ministère de la Culture s'est engagée dans un ambitieux exercice d'inventaire national des éléments du PCI, ainsi que dans l'élaboration d'une vision stratégique à moyen terme pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel intangible au Sénégal. Une campagne de pré-inventaire a été lancée dans le cadre du programme national d'inventaire et de mise en valeur du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Dès lors, avec l'accompagnement du Bureau régional de l'UNESCO pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest, la DPC, la Direction du patrimoine culturel, a pu réaliser une analyse de besoins et formuler des précisions sur les étapes à suivre, notamment sur les défis à relever dans ce domaine. Bien que le Sénégal bénéficie de multiples expériences de sauvegarde en PCI, il y avait un manque de systématisation du processus et des leçons apprises des expériences antérieures. Aussi, la confusion conceptuelle autour du concept du PCI, des problèmes de méthodologie et d'harmonisation au niveau des encadrants ont également pu nuire à l'efficacité des actions engagées. En corollaire, les résultats ont révélé un manque de vision intégrée et de projection à moyen terme. Ces différents facteurs ont eu un impact sur la compréhension et l'implication des communautés participantes, celles-ci ne saisissant pas toujours l'intérêt et la finalité de l'exercice. Ce constat est apparu comme un préalable indispensable pour lancer l'inventaire national et poser les bases d'une vision à moyen terme pour une sauvegarde efficace du PCI. Donc, le projet a pu répondre aux besoins identifiés pendant cette campagne de pré-inventaire 2016-2017. Il a été conçu de concert avec la direction du patrimoine culturel et le bureau régional de l'UNESCO pour l'Afrique et de l'Ouest qui ont eu cette occasion pour nouer un partenariat novateur. C'est le moment de leur rendre un vibrant hommage et de les remercier au nom de tout l'État du Sénégal. En effet, le projet également a innové dans ses approches et a permis d'explorer de nouvelles matières de mise en place de ce type de coopération. Il a donc été conçu comme une expérience pilote visant à améliorer l'impact des interventions en faveur de la sauvegarde du PCI au niveau des communautés et appuyer le développement d'une vision au niveau national dans le moyen terme. 14 directeurs de centres culturels régionaux, coordinateurs des cellules opérationnelles sur le terrain ont pu être formés. 14 représentants des communautés, 4 référents nationaux ont été munis des instruments conceptuels et techniques nécessaires pour une mise en œuvre de la Convention de 2003 sur la sauvegarde du patrimoine immatériel. 25 acteurs engagés dans la sauvegarde du PCI au Sénégal ont acquis des notions sur l'élaboration des plans de sauvegarde. 4 acteurs engagés dans la sauvegarde du PCI sont devenus des experts référents en la matière au niveau national. Donc, plus de 500 personnes ont été directement touchées, ce qui veut dire que ça a été un projet extrêmement important pour l'État du Sénégal. Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie encore de m'avoir donné la parole.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senegal.
Le patrimoine culturel immatériel, c'est ma raison d'être. C'est ce qui fait un peu mon identité et l'exprime fortement. C'est ce que je suis, c'est ce que je sens, c'est ce qui m'a été transmis par éducation et que j'ai vécu également au sein de la communauté d'où je suis originaire. On a fait un gros travail, un énorme travail avec l'UNESCO en 2019 et en 2018-2019. Et nous avons fait donc un inventaire national pilote participatif qui nous a permis d'avoir une bonne collecte. Et la première liste représentative nationale du Sénégal vient d'être publiée par arrêté avec 59 éléments. Mais l'inventaire participatif a un tout premier objectif qui est important, c'est le renforcement de capacité. Il fallait faire une formation d'un inventaire participatif inclusif avec les communautés. Mais je le disais, les communautés qui sont dépositaires de ce patrimoine devaient savoir qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour que ce patrimoine soit mieux connu, soit mieux valorisé et soit mieux transmis. Il y a cet élément très fort qui a été posé. Comment intégrer ces valeurs dans les curricula de l'éducation nationale? Comment travailler avec le ministère de l'Éducation nationale pour intégrer ces valeurs, qu'elles soient dans les programmes scolaires? Ça, c'est un élément très important. Et je pense qu'on est déjà dans une perspective expérimentale avec l'UNESCO et le ministère de l'Éducation pour essayer de voir avec des écoles pilotes comment travailler déjà sur une expérience. C'est important de dire que les communautés sont fières de leur culture, de leur patrimoine immatériel, de leurs valeurs culturelles qu'elles veulent transmettre, qu'elles veulent partager avec les autres, hein, bien sûr, dans cet esprit d'unité.
Thank you very much, Senegal. And now, again, I would like to invite St. Kitts and Nevis. Are you okay? Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir.
Over
Thank
to you.
you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? Yes? Fine.
Yes, we can
thank
hear
you, Mr.
you.
Chairman. Distinguished excellencies, members of the committee, members of the Secretariat, I'm very happy to be able to take the floor to expose the ICH capacity building project that was undertaken in St. Kitts over the last couple of years. Just going back in terms of the chronological events, we signed up to the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention in April 2016. Within less than a year, in the following year, 2017, St. Kitts and Nevis requested technical and financial assistance from UNESCO in terms of building and strengthening its inventory preparation capacity for implementing the 2003 convention. The broad objectives which were envisaged as a result of having been successful in receiving a positive response from the Bureau, from the Committee for Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage of nearly $100,000 US. There were three broad objectives. The first was to ensure that we had the capacity, the means of hiring one of perhaps the Caribbean's and Latin America's most prominent ICH experts to come on the ground in 2018 to provide some national training on the convention, its scope, its parameters, the virtues, etc., and also to start establishing national ICCH standards. Not to mention building up our capacity in terms of training, research, and documentation that existed but was very scattered and fragmented. We therefore embarked on a mission with the help of this consultant to do a couple of things. One, to start building awareness at institutional level, both in the private and public sectors, about the current state of St. Kitts and Nevis's ICH activities, building a capacity also to identify key personalities and people, both again within the public and private sector, who could properly identify, document, and inventory the country's ICH items. And we did that fairly promptly, ensuring that those persons also associated with this particular, the ICH elements, were engaged from the very outset in terms of a dialogue, in terms of contributing to the elaboration of this inventory and process of developing the inventory itself. We also set out to, at least primarily and at a very embryonic stage back in 2018, to identify those ICH elements which were in need, in addition to some perhaps urgent safeguarding. They may have been endangered due to the possibility of natural or man-made disasters. Happily, St. Kitts and Nevis was not able to, we were not in a position to actually identify any major ICH elements that were actually in risk of being endangered, providing accurate information going forward. The consultant, Mr. Nigel Encalada, who is very well known in the region, he's already been to St. Kitts and Nevis in the past. He worked very closely in the period of the first quarter, the first half of 2019, just as the COVID-19 pandemic was emerging. So it made things a little bit more challenging in terms of bringing all of the personalities and individuals at private and public sector level together to conduct a couple of days capacity building workshops and training, which actually ended up including something like 40 plus people altogether from the two islands. So let me just remind you that St. Kitts and Nevis is a very small island developing state, twin island developing state, for 51,000 people. So getting such a large number of people as a proportion of a population was very significant. We also very quickly nominated two focal contact persons, one for St. Kitts and the other one for Nevis. We embarked on a pretty lengthy program in this latter half of 2019, as well as preparing inventories and documenting the ICH elements. We continued with skills enhancement training to make sure that people who did help and contribute to this process were fully trained in terms of the convention's requirements. That included, by the way, archiving software, computer skills training, etc., etc. But the real work and the real tangible work that occurred happened from mid-2020 until just very recently, until April, the beginning of April of this year, 2021, where we did identify a number of ICH elements in need of safeguarding, and we documented them fully in accordance with the Convention's guidance. We had some, we did this with the help of ICH research teams, a team leader, a researcher, a documentalist, who went around to all the communities across the two islands to make sure that we had identified the most prominent ICH elements. These research missions included on-site visits, surroundings, people, objects, relevant information, writing, digital video form, etc. And I might say that this was incredibly difficult, given that the government of St. Kitts and Nevis somewhat wisely shut down the borders for any travel, indeed any movement amongst the population for the best part of 18 months, fearing that this pandemic could degenerate very quickly in a small island developing state. So it did, I have to say, Mr. Chairman, provide some major challenges for us going forward. We ended up with a number, maybe 10, no more, at least initial ICH elements, which included red clay pottery, vernacular house architecture, which is very unique to some of the smaller micro islands in the Caribbean, Catition house brooms or a brush, a cactus, a prickly pear for edible eating purposes, a cassava bread, which goes back to the Middle Ages, and some popular stories. So in terms of achieving our goals of identifying oral traditions, performing arts, local knowledge, and traditional skills, I think we've ticked all the right boxes. Going forward, we will again be counting on the excellent expertise and very engaged and committed staff led by Mr. Tim Curtis in helping us to take this to another stage, second stage, which is developing a fully fledged and dedicated national ICH policy framework, which we intend to present to the minister responsible for culture sometime towards the end of 2023, and he will be taking this to his cabinet colleagues of government for review and, of course, ratification. We are also going to clearly have to identify amendments to existing legislation to develop and create an enabling environment. And the other thing I would like to say is that, and this was something I believe very strongly in, that when we started to engage in the ICH activity, I always said we need to have tangible implications and examples of ICH. And we're doing this through two mechanisms. The first is we have a new ministry that was set up earlier this year, the Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Creative Industries, and all of the ICH policy framework, which we are developing with the help of
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's great. So we are very happy for your comments. Okay, thank you very much. And then I move on to Uganda. And also, dear delegates, please, I think, dear delegates, please think of the time you take. Help us in managing your time. So I would like to invite Thailand. Over to you, Thailand.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry,
go ahead, Thailand. Go ahead. It's over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am so sorry. The hand was raised without my knowledge. I am so sorry. I apologize. I'm lowering it down now.
No problem, but I see your face. Thank you very much, Thailand.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, happy to see your face. And then we go to Togo. Togo, are you ready, Togo? Togo? Yes, I think. Then shall I? Yeah, Uruguay. Uruguay. Are you ready, Uruguay? Yes, yes, yes. Please, over to you, over to you.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Je crois que vous ne me voyez pas.
Good morning, thank you.
Vous me voyez?
Yes, yes, why not? I can see you. Yeah, go ahead.
Comme c'est la première fois que je prends la parole, et je voudrais vous saluer et vous féliciter pour votre élection et pour votre excellente conduction. Seulement, on voulait dire qu'on remercie beaucoup le comité de la Convention 2003 d'avoir donné à l'Uruguay en 2020 une assistance internationale pour le projet Le bandoneon, le son du tango. Ce projet est mis en œuvre par la Fondation Cienart en coopération avec la Commission interministérielle de soutien au tango et au candombe. Et c'est un projet de 30 mois a pour objectif de sauvegarder le son traditionnel du tango produit par le bandoneon, son instrument emblématique. Le bandoneon, comme vous savez, est essentiel au tango. Et le tango est un élément inscrit sur la liste représentative de la Convention en 2009 dans le cadre d'une nomination binationale entre l'Argentine et l'Uruguay. Et des sommaires considérés comme l'un des signes fondamentaux de l'identité de la région du Rio de la Plata. Aujourd'hui, cependant, il reste très peu de bandoneonistes qui sont pour la plupart âgés de plus de 60 ans. Et seuls 3 luthiers accordent et entretiennent encore des bandoneons dans l'Uruguay. Pour remédier à cette situation, ce projet a établi des objectifs comme créer un inventaire de bandoneons, de joueurs et de luthiers, créer une école de bandoneons, décentralisant, offrant des cours gratuits et beaucoup de choses aussi. À ça, le peuple uruguayen prendra davantage conscience de l'importance de cet instrument en tant que patrimoine vivant. Nous remercions sincèrement la considération de ce projet pour le comité. Comme je dis, en 2020, c'est très important pour nous et c'est une forme plus de montrer l'importance de la Convention. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, pour votre temps et pour votre écoute.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And please get ready, Mongolia, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait. Now, I would like to invite Togo. If Togo is ready, over to you, Togo. Yeah, Togo is not ready. Anyway, then I will like to invite Mongolia. Please,
Oui.
Mongolia.
Oui, oui, allô?
Is
Allô?
that Togo? Yes, yes. Go ahead. Go ahead. Over to
Oui,
you.
allô?
Yes, over to you.
Oui, c'est le Togo. Oui. Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole. Comme c'est ma première fois d'intervenir dans ce comité, je vais joindre ma voix à celle de mes prédécesseurs pour vous remercier pour votre élection à la présidence de ce comité. Mon pays, le Togo, a bénéficié de l'assistance internationale du fonds du PCI pour mettre en œuvre le projet intitulé Inventaire, sauvegarde et valorisation des savoir-faire et pratiques liées à la facture des instruments traditionnels de musique. Et ce projet fait suite au constat de la disparition de nos instruments traditionnels. Le projet aurait dû déjà prendre fin, mais à cause de la pandémie, il reste encore quelques activités à mener. Mais d'ores et déjà, je puis dire que le projet nous a permis de sensibiliser toutes les parties prenantes à la Convention sur le rôle de tout un chacun. Nous avons inventorié les différents instruments traditionnels du pays. Une formation a été réalisée à l'endroit des jeunes. À la suite de cette formation, les instruments qui ont été fabriqués ont été exposés dans les différentes régions du pays. Et très bientôt, nous allons commencer l'élaboration d'un répertoire de tous les instruments du pays. À la fin du projet, il y aura des recommandations à l'endroit de toutes les parties prenantes pour une meilleure mise en œuvre de la Convention de 2003 dans notre pays. Voilà un peu ce que je voudrais partager avec l'ensemble des délégués. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Togo. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Mongolia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Since we are taking the floor first time, we congratulate you for your leadership, for chairing this session, and thank you also for Sri Lanka. We wish you further success for the coming days with this heavy agenda. Mongolia also wish to thank the Secretariat of the Convention and the committee members, also the advisory bodies for granting Mongolia to benefit from the international assistance on two projects. The first project is supporting natural and cultural sustainability through the revitalization and transmission of the traditional practices of worshipping the sacred sites in Mongolia, which is related to the element associated to the inscription in urgent safeguard list in 2017. The implementation of the project during the pandemic was difficult for us to meet the bearers which are living and exercising their heritages in the vast territory of the Mongolian land. Within the project, the implementers have revived the forgotten practices among these specific local people and disseminate the project objectives among them and identify, document, and register these sacred sites in the inventory information database and actively involve these indigenous people in whole project implementation. Despite the pandemic, the project has a big success to implement within the time frame. The initiative has played a crucial role in creating positive impacts on safeguarding the element. The second project is on transmitting and stabilizing the folklore long song performance technique of limb performance, circular breathing through the old repertoire to the generations, which was implemented by the National Cultural Heritage Center, which deals with the inventories and safeguarding of the heritage elements at national level. I had a chance to closely follow the progress of the project, and it was important for us to ensure the sustainability of the element. The government of Mongolia, therefore, is very grateful to granting us to implement these two projects through the International Assistance Fund. The outcome of the assistance has been immense, and Mongolia wishes to thank again for your great support. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before I invite Saudi Arabia, there are other people. Please get ready. Kuwait, Burkina Faso, and Cuba. So now, over to Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate all states who has been part of this financial assistance, and it's really inspiring. This is why we work. This is why we are here today, to see these inspiring discussions that are taking place today. I would like to reflect on a practical tone now, and when I look at the document. Sorry for the noise, it's muleys. So, in a practical point, looking at the document, we have discussed, can you hear me, Your Excellency? Can you hear me?
Yes, 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 I can hear you.
Okay.
Golden voice, no problem, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, today in the Bureau meeting, we discussed a very important issue of concern with regard to the folders submitted by African countries and how many of them as a percentage has been recommended not to inscribe. And looking at the document here, and since 2008, 41% of the international assistance went to Group 5A, which is Africa Group. So there is, as I see it here in a common sense, there is a huge expenditure happening, but the results here are not very clear. I I know the area, the issue here is more complicated than that. And that drives us to discuss the scope of the international assistance. On what basis these international assistance are taking place? And we owe it to the countries to make sure that we measure our success in the right way, i.e., what does that mean in terms of inscription, in terms of promotion, and in terms of preservation? That's one point. The other point, looking at the document here and mentioning the iOS evaluation report, and there's a recommendation number 6, and based on that, the Secretariat are designing now a strategy with regard to the follow-up mechanism. I highly recommend this recommendation, and I highly recommend that this strategy focuses on how to measure the scope and how to measure the effectiveness of such international assistance towards inscription, towards more preservation, towards more promotion in a meaningful manner, especially with regard to Africa and other countries who we see here today, where some of the folders has been looked at in a way that it is not to inscribe. I think we owe this to the member states. I think now it's time to be more practical, especially in line with COVID and what's happening right now. And looking forward, we're waiting for the strategy and to make sure it is effective. And I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And for all the comments, there will be answers. Very short. And first we'll listen to all the other countries, all the other delegates, and answers will be given to all the requests. Now I would like to invite Kuwait. Kuwait, are you ready, Kuwait?
Yes.
Yes,
good morning,
please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your excellent chairing, and keep us on time with a positive attitude, with a smile as always. Mr. Chair, also let me congratulate all member states who've been benefiting from this international assistance. And as I heard from the report, it's a big sum, especially when we have financial difficulties. I think Mr. Chair, we should also look at the report, not just how much we spent, how effective was the international assistance. It's been a while. I think we need to reflect the effectiveness and to find a solution. It seems that, like our colleagues, from Saudi Arabia says, there was a big part of this international assistance went to Group 5A. At the same time, we have some, issues with the files or the dossier from those member states. I think, okay, what's the next solution? I think the solution, we have to think practically with the solution. And I think, Mr. Chair, there's 2 points I would like to emphasize, and I would like to hear from the secretariats if they have a roadmap on it. First of all, most of the programs, when I look at it, it's capacity building, true, it's international national inventory, but the capacity building. This capacity building, Mr. Chair, I think we should need to change the strategy of them. What's happening, we spend time and effort in capacity building, and sometimes people change career, change position, and all that knowledge gone. Because, for example, if you spend a lot of training in a person in Minister of Culture, when he leaves that job, all that knowledge left. So we don't have sustainable knowledge on those member states. So you either go back to the same programs again and you spend more money. So I think, one indicators are those programs. How many of those capacity buildings did we create facilitators? As we know, people in the 2003 knows facilitators are people with enough knowledge who can help. I think, each program should have, people when it comes to it from each member state, to get to the point where you have facilitators from that member state, not just to help the country, also to help the region. That's one point. Second point, I think, Mr. Chair, it's time to get the higher education involved on the capacity buildings. In any, in any member state, in any country, to have sustainable knowledge, it's unless you get involved with the higher education. Higher education, its job description is to do a social training. So, this 2003, we have to get the universities, any higher education organization involved in those the trainers. So you have that, those assets, it's sustainable, it's lasting in each country. It's we're institution. Anyone won again. And I think, this is an approach we have to think of it to have successful capacity program. With that, sorry for taking long. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good luck for all member states for the future coming member state in the international assistance. But yes, again, let me summarize two things. I would love to see more facilitators from the countries who get international assistance. Second, getting the higher education involved in the capacity building. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kuwait. He had pointed out very important points. For example, he said, think of the effectiveness. Yes, for any project, all the other delegates, I would like to say that the outcome is extremely vital. Think of the outcome. Think whether it is helpful for the nation, for the world. So that is what he had pointed out. Thank you very much, Kuwait. And I will now invite Burkina Faso, over to you.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour, chers collègues. Je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez très bien.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, go ahead, okay. Please. Yes.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Nous prenons la parole aujourd'hui donc pour faire juste un petit point sur notre projet renforcement des capacités des acteurs intervenant dans la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel au Burkina Faso. Alors, une fois de plus, nous voulons dire merci au comité intergouvernemental de nous avoir accordé cette assistance-là à la suite d'un précédent projet d'inventaire des traditions orales les plus représentatives de notre pays. Alors, aujourd'hui, ce projet qui a été ficelé sur 2 ans a permis donc, dans sa première phase, d'aboutir à un certain nombre de résultats que je compte présenter ici. Dans un premier temps, il faut dire que d'un montant global de $482 000 US en gros, et dont $94 000 pour être financés donc, par l'État burkinabé, et $387 000 donc, qui ont été financés par le Fonds du patrimoine culturel immatériel, ont permis aujourd'hui donc d'aboutir à ces résultats ci-après. Dans un premier temps, il s'agissait pour nous donc de recruter environ 110 personnes. Donc, à la suite d'un appel à candidature, nous avons recruté 110 personnes parmi plus de 300 dossiers que nous avons étudiés. Et ces 110 personnes ont été formées à travers 4 modules de formation. Ces 4 modules de formation qui sont axés sur les principaux chapitres de la Convention de 2003 ont permis, à l'issue donc de ces sessions de formation qui étaient au nombre de 4, d'arrêter donc une liste de 12 facilitateurs nationaux. Il faut dire que dans la forme initiale, il s'agissait pour nous de retenir 10 facilitateurs nationaux. Mais compte tenu donc de l'excellent profil des différents participants, nous avons au final recruté 12 facilitateurs nationaux qui vont être employés donc sur la deuxième phase du projet, qui va consister au niveau déconcentré de former des acteurs qui seront choisis au sein des collectivités territoriales pour diffuser donc des connaissances sur la Convention de 2003. Donc aujourd'hui, à l'issue donc de cette première phase-là, nous pouvons dire que malgré le contexte sécuritaire et puis celui lié à la COVID au niveau international, nous avons atteint tous les résultats que nous nous sommes fixés sur la première phase. L'évaluation externe du projet est en cours, donc nous pouvons en toute humilité dire que les ressources qui ont été mises à notre disposition donc pour conduire ce premier processus-là ont été bien utilisées et nous ont permis de parvenir à des résultats plus que satisfaisants. Donc aujourd'hui, nous sommes en train de mettre les petits plats dans les grands plats, comme on dit, pour préparer donc la deuxième phase du projet qui va consister donc en la formation de plus de 220 acteurs au niveau local. Donc voici, Monsieur le Président, de façon résumée, l'économie donc de ce que je voulais vous dire à propos donc de ce projet, renforcement des capacités des acteurs intervenant dans la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel au Burkina Faso. Une fois de plus, nous exprimons toute notre reconnaissance donc au secrétariat de la Convention, à tous les organes de la Convention pour l'accompagnement qui sans cesse se renouveler à l'endroit du Burkina Faso. Je vous remercie.
Yes. Thank you very much. And for all your comments, the Secretary will answer. I will request the Secretary to answer all the comments. But before that, I would like to invite Cuba. Over to you, Cuba.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et comme c'est la première fois que je prends la parole, je vous souhaite plein succès dans votre présidence. Nous tenons à réaffirmer l'importance de l'assistance internationale pour la mise en œuvre de la Convention. Pour les petits États insulaires en développement, il est d'un grand aide et d'importance de pouvoir compter avec cette aide internationale qui nous permettra d'améliorer le renforcement des capacités dans notre pays pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine immatériel. Pendant la crise de la pandémie COVID-19, les États qui ont reçu une aide internationale, il y a beaucoup d'effets pour la mise en œuvre de ces projets. Dans ce contexte, je voudrais partager que le secrétariat a joué un rôle fondamental dans l'accompagnement des États membres et je profite pour remercier sincèrement des membres du secrétariat comme Juliana Forneiro, Anne et des autres collègues qui nous accompagnaient pendant toute cette période que c'est très difficile, avec beaucoup de patience parce que c'est bien compliqué pour notre pays de l'implémentation des projets dans ce contexte de la pandémie. Et pour ça, je voudrais remercier infiniment tous les travaux qui fait le secrétariat pour nous aider à conclure ce processus que c'est très important pour nous. Et dans notre pays, nos institutions nationales n'ont pas toujours l'expertise pour mettre des œuvres et des projets. Pour ça, c'est très important l'accompagnement du secrétariat. Je voudrais remercier l'ambassadeur de Cuba pour avoir évoqué la formation des formateurs. Et nous sommes justement en train de présenter pour le prochain cycle un projet d'assistance internationale pour la formation des formateurs. Et à partir de la création d'une discipline et 3 matières sur le patrimoine immatériel que le ministère de l'Éducation supérieure à Cuba il vient d'approuver pour les enseignements. C'est très important pour nous de travailler dans ce sens. Je voudrais réaffirmer notre compromis avec l'implémentation de la Convention et de remercier encore une fois le secrétariat pour les travaux qu'il fait pour nous accompagner dans ce processus. Merci, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. As she very correctly pointed out, it's a challenging situation for the Secretariat, but they have done a wonderful job. So over to you, Mr. Curtis, to answer all these comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'm not sure I will address all the comments. There's many comments, and it's very encouraging to hear how many states are benefiting from the International Assistance Fund. And indeed, I'd like to thank all those states also who thanked us. And in particular, the last year and a half or 2 years, it's been very complicated for many states to implement projects within the context of the pandemic, and we've tried to accommodate as much as possible their requests. There were a few questions, and there was 2 questions in particular about the relationship between the international assistance and the listing mechanisms. But I don't think it's probably correct to see the inscriptions on the list as a direct indicator of the success of the international assistance, simply because most of the requests we get are not about putting elements on the list. They are about building up capacities in the country, including in education, including policy work, including developing inventories. So I wouldn't use that as an indicator of the success or not of the international assistance. The purpose of many of those are not actually about getting elements inscribed on lists. Concerning training of trainers and facilitators and education, indeed, that we are working on a number of projects, and we just heard from Burkina Faso that they trained 12 national facilitators in the country. As far as international facilitators are concerned, countries get to choose. We have our list. Indeed, it's true that we are looking to expand and always looking to expand the choice and the network of international facilitators. And we are in the process of doing that when we have the funds and the means available to do it. But most of these projects benefit from facilitators from neighboring countries, and we are embarked on a strategy within the projects to build up national facilitators. So again, I thank all the states, all those states who've benefited from the fund who have thanked us, and we look forward to continuing working with you. And I'd also like to thank my colleagues who work very hard particularly these times, to implement these projects. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Thank you very much. And now I think, may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.com7.d as shown on the screens. Yeah. Screens, please.
We've already adopted, did we?
No.
We already adopted earlier.
Sure?
Yeah, we adopted it before we went.
Okay, I think it's adopted already. So after the lengthy discussions, now we move on to the next. That is item 16, establishment of the evaluation body for the 2022 cycle. Right? And here, we can now open item 16, that is establishment of the evaluation body for the 2022 cycle. As indicated in the provisional timetable of this session, this item will be opened today, but it will not be finalized until later. This is the only item of our meeting which will not be conducted entirely online, since the voting will take place physically at UNESCO headquarters. This is because regulations require a secret ballot voting. I now give the floor to the Secretariat to explain the voting procedure in detail. Ms. Ohinata, the floor is yours now.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pour ce point, le comité est invité à faire 4 choses. Premièrement, adopter les termes de référence de l'organe d'évaluation qui se trouve à l'annexe 1 du document de travail 16, Rêve 3. Deuxièmement, le comité est invité à nommer 2 ONG et un expert conformément à la section B de l'article 39 du règlement intérieur du comité et la décision 15/10 comme suit. Groupe électoral 3, une ONG. Groupe électoral 4, une ONG. Groupe électoral 5B, un expert. Troisièmement, le comité est invité à renouveler le mandat des 9 membres élus les années précédentes. Les candidats ont été proposés par les États parties concernés par l'intermédiaire de chaque président ou présidente des groupes électoraux. Un maximum de 3 candidats a été proposé tel que le prévoit le paragraphe 28 des directives opérationnelles. Les candidatures reçues dans chaque groupe électoral sont les suivantes. Une ONG candidate pour le groupe 3. 3 ONG candidates pour le groupe 4. 3 experts candidats pour le groupe 5B. La liste des candidats se trouve à l'annexe 2 du document 16 Rêve 3 qui comprend également les sites intranet et les demandes d'accréditation dans le cas des ONG et le CV pour les experts. Pour le groupe 3, je crois que c'est une situation de liste optimale. Nous avons une seule ONG candidate, ce qui correspond au nombre de sièges à pourvoir. Dans ce cas, l'ONG est nommée automatiquement sans élection. Quatrième chose, il s'agit de l'ordre de l'examen et évaluation des dossiers de candidature. L'année dernière, le comité a continué la nouvelle pratique introduite en 2019 pour décider de l'ordre d'examen et d'évaluation des dossiers de candidature. C'est ainsi que la lettre X a été sélectionnée par tirage au sort Les dossiers du cycle 2021, cette année, ont donc été évalués et présentés dans l'ordre alphabétique anglais en commençant par X, excepté que ceci permet aux États dont le nom commence par les dernières lettres de l'alphabet de ne pas voir leur candidature évaluée tout le temps en dernière. Cet ordre a toutefois été modifié pour l'examen des candidatures lors de la présente session afin de s'adapter au décalage horaire entre Paris et les différentes régions. Selon cette pratique, il est donc proposé au comité de sélectionner la lettre qui déterminera l'ordre d'examen des dossiers de rapport de l'organe d'évaluation pour le cycle 2022. Monsieur le Président, je vais maintenant vous expliquer les procédures de vote. Les élections des membres de l'organe d'évaluation ont lieu au scrutin secret pour respecter les dispositions de l'article 39b. Comme vous pouvez imaginer, l'élection des nouveaux membres de l'organe d'évaluation ne peut pas se dérouler en ligne. Le secrétariat a envoyé des informations sur les procédures de vote le 8 décembre dernier. Elles sont reflétées également dans le document d'information générale Info 1 qui est publié sur le site intranet de la Convention pour cette session. Comme il est d'usage pour un vote en présentiel, vous allez devoir désigner 2 volontaires qui feront office de scrutateurs pour l'élection. Ces 2 volontaires doivent être physiquement présents pour la durée du vote. Nous avons préparé dans la salle 5 au siège de l'UNESCO un espace de vote avec un isoloir. Le vote aura lieu demain, mercredi 15 décembre, dans la salle 5 de 13h20 à 4h, l'heure Paris, en suivant le calendrier de vote qui a déjà été communiqué aux membres du comité et qui est maintenant affiché devant vous. Le vote se déroulant au siège de l'UNESCO à Paris, il a été demandé à toutes les délégations membres du comité de désigner un représentant qui peut être physiquement présent à Paris pour voter. Au moment du vote, il devra présenter une pièce d'identité qui indiquera clairement la délégation représentée, par exemple le badge de l'UNESCO. Cette personne va signer également la feuille d'émargement. La délégation n'ayant pas de représentant en France peut désigner une personne de son choix basée en France ayant le droit de vote. La lettre d'accréditation doit suivre la pratique habituelle, à savoir être signée par le chef d'État, le chef de gouvernement ou le ministre des Affaires étrangères. Tout membre du comité qui ne se serait pas présenté pour voter pendant le temps imparti sera considéré comme absent. Les 2 scrutateurs que vous allez désigner ce matin et les membres du secrétariat seront présents pendant toute la durée de vote et pendant le dépouillement des bulletins. En arrivant dans l'espace de vote, les membres du comité recevront une enveloppe et un bulletin de vote par siège à pourvoir avec les noms de tous les candidats par groupe électoral. Chaque membre du comité votera en entrant dans un cercle les noms des candidats pour lesquels il souhaite voter à raison d'un candidat par groupe électoral comme indiqué à l'écran. Il faudra plier les bulletins, les mettre dans l'enveloppe et la sceller. L'enveloppe ne doit porter aucune inscription, s'il vous plaît. L'absence de bulletin dans l'enveloppe sera considérée comme une abstention. Les bulletins sur lesquels sont entourés d'un cercle plus de noms que de sièges à pourvoir, ainsi que ceux qui ne comportent aucune indication quant à l'intention de votant, sont considérés comme nuls. Si 2 candidats ou plus obtiennent un nombre égal de voix il y aura un second tour au scrutin secret limité aux candidats ayant obtenu le même nombre de voix. Si tel est le cas, nous vous informerons de la date et de l'heure du second vote. Bien que le calendrier provisoire prévoit l'annonce des résultats définitifs, au cours de l'examen du point 16 le samedi 18 décembre, cette semaine, le président peut décider d'annoncer les résultats plus tôt une fois que le décompte des voix est finalisé. Pour résumer, Monsieur le Président, il est demandé au comité maintenant de bien vouloir adopter les termes de référence de l'organe d'évaluation et de désigner 2 scrutateurs pour accompagner le vote et son dépouillement qui auront lieu demain. Merci, Monsieur le Président, j'ai bien terminé.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the detailed explanation by Ohinata. Now, yes, now I would like to move forward. Yes. Yeah, I think I propose we proceed in the following order to discuss the item 16 today. First, I would like to ask the committee to adopt the terms of reference of the evaluation body for the 2022 cycle. You can find them in Annex 1 of Working Document 16 Rev 3. And then the committee will designate the 2 tellers to monitor the election. Finally, I will suspend item 16. Before moving on to the adoption of the terms of reference, I would first like to ask if anybody wishes to take the floor to ask a question on the voting procedure explained by Ms. Ohinata. Over to you. Anybody? There are none, right? Yes. So we move forward now. So I believe we have clarified the issues raised, okay? Anyway, I will now ask the committee to refer to Annex 1 of Working Document 16 to adopt the terms of reference of the evaluation body for the 2022 cycle. Now you will see the annex on the screen. Yes, are there any questions or any comments? Yeah. Yes, sir. No, yes. Yeah, I think I see none. We can therefore proceed to adopt the terms of reference as a whole as they appear in Annex 1 and on the screens. So therefore, I adopted it. So we will now proceed with the identification of 2 tellers for the vote. Since we are meeting online, I have in fact made a preliminary consultation through the Secretariat, and I understand that 2 delegates are willing to serve as tellers. Happily, they are Mr. Arthur Oteng Ketshabil from the delegation of Botswana and Ms. Jirina Valentoa from the delegation of Czechia. Okay, I think that Mr. Arthur is connected. I hope he is connected, okay? Could you please confirm your willingness to be designated as one of the tellers, please?
Good morning. I do express my willingness to serve as teller during the elections.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I takes the floor to confirm and thank you. What about you, Miss Valentoa?
Mr. President, good morning. Yeah, indeed, I confirm that I will take the position of the teller tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, both of you, for volunteering and taking up the responsibility of teller for the election of the new members of the evaluation body for the 2022 cycle. I will now suspend this item. For the formal adoption of the draft decision, we will most likely go back to item 16 on Saturday, as indicated on the provisional timetable, to officially recognize the results of the election. When we do so, we will also choose an alphabet letter to determine the order of the examination of nominations for the next cycle. In the meantime, please note that the committee members are expected to vote tomorrow from 13:20 a.m. to 1400 p.m. in room 5 at UNESCO headquarters. Mr. Curtis, I think 13:20 a.m. or 13:20 p.m.?
13:20 p.m.
Yes. How can 13:20 a.m. be? So 13:20 p.m. to 1400 hours p.m. in room 5 at UNESCO headquarters. So this item is suspended. Yes, using the hammer. Yes. Now we move forward and move to the next. This one. Yes. Give me 2 seconds only. Okay. Item 8. A report of the evaluation body on its work in 2021. Version 13. Okay. We now come to the item 8. Report of the evaluation body on its work in 2021, which will retain our attention for some time. Before starting, I would like to invite the chairperson of the evaluation body, Ms. Lubika Wolanska from Slovakia, and its vice chairperson, Mr. Pier Luigi Petrolio from Italy, to join us on the podium. I'm told that its rapporteur, Mr. Nigel Encalada from Belize, is joining us online. So thank you and greetings to you all. May I ask the Secretariat to present this item to the committee. Mr. Curtis, the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So as we come to item 8, I'll be a little bit brief, but just to explain how the item is structured. The evaluation body for the 2021 cycle was established by the committee at its 15th session, which was held last year online, as you will remember, and that was in order to evaluate nominations to the urgent safeguarding list, which include nominations to the urgent safeguarding list combined with an international assistance request, which are under item 8A. They also include nominations to the representative list, item 8B, proposals to the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, item 8C, as well as requests for international assistance, which are greater than 100,000, item 8D. I wish to inform the committee that 6 files have been withdrawn by the submitting states, and in this session, the committee is therefore asked to examine 54 files over the course of the next 3 days. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2021 cycle was once again characterized by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, which required the evaluation body to adapt its working methodology to an online modality. Building on the experience of last year, I'm pleased to say that the evaluation body was able to conduct its work in an effective and efficient manner, aided largely by a dedicated online monitoring interface which had been developed in the previous cycle. However, that does not mean it was without challenges. The evaluation body this year was asked to evaluate the highest number of files it has ever evaluated to date. This required intense preparatory work by its members to successfully reach consensus on all of the 60 files, and I wish to commend the evaluation body for their efforts and dedication to their work. I believe the rapporteur will speak more on the challenges of this year's cycle in his presentation later today, but please allow me to explain how the debates of the report of the evaluation body will be organized. Mr. Encalada, the rapporteur, will present a brief oral report on key cross-cutting issues identified by the body during the 2021 cycle. Following that oral report, the floor will be open for specific questions that committee members may wish to address to the evaluation body on its report. The committee will then evaluate all individual files as per decision 15-10 taken last year. Nominations were foreseen to be examined in English alphabetical order, starting with the files of states whose names began with the letter X under each mechanism. However, following the decision to hold the session fully online and in consultation with the Bureau, the order of files was revised on 13th of December to take into account the time differences between Paris and certain submitting states. The files to be examined have thus been grouped according to region with a view to facilitate the participations of delegations concerned. Allow me to underline that the timing of examination for each file is of course bound to be modified somewhat depending on the speed and length of debates. All nominations, proposals and requests will be the subject of a brief presentation by the chairperson of the evaluation body, who will give a succinct explanation justifying the recommendation of the body. The general debate on this item will continue after the evaluation of all individual files, at which point the committee will move to the adoption of the overall decision 16-8. I hope I have explained clearly, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curtis, for this detailed explanation. Due to the tight schedule and in order to allow sufficient time for the committee to discuss specific files, we agreed that we would adopt the same working method for the organization of our work as in previous years. In this regard, a message was sent by the Secretariat to all states parties on 3rd December. As you know, committee members wishing to discuss or amend specific draft decisions or nominations to the lists, proposals for the register of good safeguarding practices or the request for international assistance were invited to inform the Secretariat by today 8 a.m. Paris time. I would like to ask the Secretariat to tell us how many requests have been received in this regard. And this is merely a matter of organization, but it is nevertheless all the more important this year due to the hybrid modality for this session. I wish to reassure members of the committee that this procedure does not prevent any committee member from taking the floor on any decision if it wishes so. So in addition, as I mentioned yesterday under item 2, it is my understanding that committee members wish to maintain the tacit working agreement, first put in place at the 12th session of the committee in 2017, whereby committee members agreed to refrain from inscribing files for which the evaluation body recommended not to inscribe the nomination, and those for which more than 2 criteria have not been satisfied. So it's very clear. So this working agreement used to be referred to as the gentleman's agreement. But the terminology has been adjusted following the recommendation of the open-ended working group to use gender-sensitive and inclusive language. Why only gentlemen? Right. So I believe that this agreement is of utmost importance to maintain the credibility of the work of the committee and the evaluation process. So I also note that some states have chosen to withdraw their nomination files, which I understand to be in the spirit of the working agreement, and for which I would like to thank them. Allow me now to explain the working method for the adoption of the draft decisions. In principle, for draft decisions for which we have not received any amendments or requests for debate, we will adopt them as a whole. With regards to draft decisions for which amendments were submitted, however, we will adopt them paragraph by paragraph, as we have done it yesterday. In all cases, the submitting state will have a total of 2 minutes after adoption to deliver a statement or show a video clip as customary. In case of multinational files, the time limit is 3 minutes. I hope that we can, in this way, save time and conduct our discussions in an optimal manner. Another aspect that I want to clarify is how I intend to proceed with amendments to the draft decisions on nominations. In particular, in light of the committee decisions 11.8 regarding the clarifications on the decision-making process concerning inscription, selection, or approval of nominations, proposals, and requests. Taking into account our past decision and practice, I would like to apply the following working method as a way forward for the present examination of nominations, proposals, and requests under item 8. In accordance with paragraph 14 of the Rules of Procedure of the committee, my duty as chairperson is the smooth conduct of the proceedings and the maintenance of order. So this will constitute my main line of action during our debates. So as is reflected in decision 11.8, I will ensure that the spirit of consensus and international cooperation prevails throughout the debates and decision-making process of the committee. It is also important to remind ourselves that the draft decisions proposed to us have been prepared by the evaluation body, a consultative body created to assist us in an in-depth examination of the nominations. We elect its members in light of their expertise, and therefore, our debates and our decision-making process shall demonstrate respect towards the expertise and diligent work of the evaluation body. When amendments are put forward, and once again in conformity with the decision 11.8, I will seek to establish consensus through appreciating both supporting arguments and objections to those amendments under consideration. And to this end, when an amendment is proposed, I will first determine whether it receives an active relative support from the committee. This means that I will be looking for the expressions of support from at least 1/3 of the committee members. In the case of an objection by a committee member to this amendment, I would then seek the active, broad support from the majority of the committee members. So I reiterate, the smooth conduct of our debates is of prime importance to me. allow me to emphasize that our decision-making process has an impact on the credibility of not only the work of this committee, but also of the convention as a whole. It is therefore our duty and our responsibility as members of the committee to keep these considerations in mind throughout our debates for a smooth function of this entire process. So, dear colleagues, I wish now to recall several other important points about the procedure of our debates under this item, which are the rules and working methods of the committee that I kindly ask you to respect. During the general debates under item 8, priority is given to committee members. But I will also give the floor to state parties, non-members of the committee, and other observers if time permits, if time allows. Under the examination of specific nominations to the lists, proposals to the register, and requests for international assistance, participation in the debates is limited to committee members. So in other words, submitting states non-member to the committee shall not take the floor when the committee examines individual nominations. The exception to this rule is given under Rule 22.4 of the Rules of Procedure of the committee. Submitting states may take the floor to reply the specific questions and to provide information in reply to questions raised by committee members, if any. At the same time, please note that the same rule specifies that submitting states, whether a member of the committee or not, shall not speak to advocate their own nominations. So I remind members and observers that there are large numbers of people following our work through live webcast throughout the world or through the news media. And it is therefore important for us to keep as closely as possible to our schedule. So before opening the floor, may I first ask the Secretariat to confirm how many requests for debate have been received by the Secretariat. Over to you, to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The Secretariat has received requests for opening the debate and draft amendments on the following 3 nominations: 8A point 3, the nomination submitted by Mali and the amendment submitted by Togo; 8B15, the nomination submitted by India and the amendment submitted by Japan; and 8B22, the nomination submitted by Malaysia with the amendment submitted by China. May I ask those states who also wish to co-sponsor to please contact the state submitting the amendment rather than sending to the Secretariat, so that the state submitting the amendment may resend the co-sponsors if they so require. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curtis. The floor is now open for questions on the organization, procedure, and working method for this item. Now I give the floor to you. Yes, I think Azerbaijan has come forward. Please, over to you, Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you hear me well and you see me well as well. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your introductory remarks on this agenda item. I do have a rather general statement on the report of the evaluation body. I hope I can go ahead with this statement. This is rather a statement of a general nature.
Yeah, I think after the evaluation body report, we can discuss that. So thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Sweden. Over to you, Sweden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I just received an information from my computer that I have an unstable Wi-Fi connection, but I hope you hear and see me well. Anyway, good day to all. Sweden would like to start with thanking the evaluation body for this excellent report, and yet another qualified and careful work has been carried out under the exceptional conditions we are still subject to. The evaluation body's expertise is the core of the convention's credibility.
Just to interrupt you, after the evaluation board report, yes, you can submit that, please. Okay, you understand, right? You will get the opportunity after the evaluation board report. Yeah. So now I invite.
Excuse me? Shall I proceed?
Yeah, if it is about the report, you can do after the evaluation body's report. If it's not, you can now proceed.
Yes, thank you. Well, it was a very minor comment from the start, but during these, it's on the working methods, a few words. And we just like to say that we already see that some member states have followed the decision by the Bureau on circulating proposals for amendments to the decisions in advance. And we're very happy to see that, because we see that this will ensure an efficient working method of our committee, which has also already been said. I'm sorry to repeat that, but it's important. We thank all parties in advance for doing just that, when wished for, of course, sending in the amendments as early as possible. Adding to these comments and how we work together, the continuing working after the established working method is central, and of course it's actually central to the efficiency of the meeting. So, and in the same at the same time, Sweden would like to take the opportunity to thank the state parties that already have withdrawn their files for that reason. That have been very much been discussed earlier, not having more than three criteria, not having less than fulfilling 3 criteria. We thank them, and at the same time would like to welcome them back in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And if it is for the report, please, you have the time later. But if it is for the working method, yes, now, only for the working method. Please go ahead. And I would like to invite Azerbaijan for that purpose. Azerbaijan, over to you. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. Please go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. As my colleague mentioned, we would like to make a general report regarding the work of the evaluation body for the period of 2021.
No, regarding regarding the report, you can ask your comments later. But if it is the working method, yes, please go ahead now with the working method.
It's not about working methods, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will come back to you. Don't worry. Okay. Now I would like to invite Sweden. Brazil? Yeah, Brazil, I think. Brazil, please.
No, they've lowered the hand. They lowered the hand.
Okay. Right. No sound. I think now we go to the report, all right? So now I would now like to give the floor to the rapporteur.
No sound, Mr. Chair.
Begban.
Yes, not hearing at all. No sound.
We have no sound.
Yeah, I think time is
No sound,
passing,
okay.
but for the report, we will give the chance later. So, yeah.
No, there's no sound. They don't hear you.
Oh, my God.
So let's stop, have a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Oh, it's okay now. We can
the
hear
sound,
you.
the sound is
Can
back.
you hear me?
Yes.
Can?
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Technology is like that. Any moment it might fail, but don't worry. We move forward. Thank you very much. So then, I would now like to give the floor to the rapporteur of the evaluation body for the 2021 cycle. Mr. Encalada, the floor is yours now. Yeah, Mr. Encalada. Yes.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good day to you, wherever you are in the world and in whatever time zone. I'm pleased to present the report of the evaluation body at this 16th Intergovernmental Committee meeting. Indeed, it is a summary of the more extensive report, which you will find on the online platform under agenda item 8. As the Secretariat had explained earlier, the body was established in the 15th session of the committee and is comprised of 12 members, with 6 of its experts representing states parties who are non-members of the committee, and another 6 members representing accredited non-governmental organizations. The report of the evaluation body consists of 5 working documents, namely 4 documents listed under agenda items 8A, 8B, 8C, and 8D, which concern nominations to the urgent safeguarding list, as well as combined nominations for inscription and requests for international assistance, nominations for inscription to the representative list, proposals to the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, and requests for international assistance greater than $100,000, respectively. The 5th component is a general report which deals with general observations, working methods of the evaluation body, and cross-cutting issues, some of which I will now summarize. Given the high number of nomination files for the 31st received for the 31st March 2020 deadline, and in consideration of paragraph 34 of the operational directives, which outlines the priorities to be applied to the examination of files, the evaluation body was asked to evaluate 60 files, which is 10 more than was foreseen. This was indeed an unprecedented request to which the members of the evaluation body agreed in consideration of the desires of the international community. As seen in the graphic, of the 60 files, 6 concerned nominations to the urgent safeguarding list, 48 concerned nominations to the representative list, 5 concerned proposals to the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, and 1 concerned a standalone request for international assistance over $100,000. In the context of the ongoing pandemic, the evaluation body meetings were once again convened online. The first meeting was held on March 4th and 5th, 2021, at which time the Secretariat conducted an orientation for the EB members on its work, while the chair, vice chair, and rapporteur were also elected. The second meeting was held from June 7th to the 12th, 2021, over a period of 6 days for 3 hours each day, and involved deliberations and arriving at consensus decisions for each of the nomination files. In terms of the evaluation body's working methods, the following principles were applied and exercised. In order to ensure neutrality, members of the evaluation body did not participate, nor were did not participate and were not involved in any way in the evaluation or deliberation of files from their country of nationality or from countries where their non-governmental organization is based. As for the previous year, the evaluation work of the body was facilitated through the setup of an online interface by the Secretariat, which allowed individual members to review each file and its supporting materials and to prepare written assessments in advance of the June meeting. In so doing, EB members were keen to evaluate each file on its own merits as per the information provided within the dossier. In its deliberations, the body was guided by the text of the convention, operational directives, as well as by decisions of previous bodies. Even so, it is important to note that the members of the evaluation body agreed that its recommendations would not be bound by past recommendations, especially where its accumulated experience and jurisprudence led the body to arrive at a different assessment from past evaluation bodies. On the matter of proper and extensive discourse in its evaluation work, the body recognizes the advantages of meeting in person and for longer periods of time. However, the online interface is a feature which has its own merits, one of which is that it allowed each member to look at the assessments prepared by their colleagues and which helped inform the decisions, the discussions, and consensus building. As per the previous cycle, the EB commends the Secretariat and supports the continued use of the online interface for future cycles. In this cycle, the evaluation body also had the opportunity to evaluate 2 files under the combined mechanism for inscription on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding and request for international assistance to support the implementation of the proposed safeguarding plan. To maintain consistency with the procedure followed in previous years, the nomination file and international assistance request were evaluated separately. With respect to multinational nominations, the EB was also pleased to note the improved overall quality of multinational nominations. It was clear that states parties had coordinated their efforts and dedicated some time to the drafting of safeguarding measures on various levels. However, in one instance, the EB encountered a scenario where 5 of the 12 members of the evaluation body were required to leave the discussion because the file was submitted by their country of origin or by a country where their non-governmental organization was based. As more states seek to submit multinational nominations or seek to become parties to existing inscriptions, there is a likelihood that in the future, a majority of the EB's members may be prevented from participating in the evaluation of particular nominations. This requires some consideration. As you are aware, this is the second cycle for which the dialogue process had been utilized. The evaluation body used the dialogue process in more cases in this cycle compared to the previous cycle. 15 files benefited from the dialogue process for a total of 22 questions, including 11 nominations to the representative list, 2 nominations to the urgent safeguarding list, including 1 with a combined request for international assistance, 1 proposal to the Register of Good Practice, Safeguarding Practices, and 1 standalone request for international assistance. Unlike in the case of the referral option, the dialogue was limited to questions requiring a specific response. Dialogue was only used when there was a minor lack of information or a confusing statement, which the evaluation body considered could be clarified through a simple question and answer exchange with the submitting states. The questions prepared by the evaluation body were sent by the Secretariat to the concerned states on June 25th, 2021, with a requirement to provide a response within 4 weeks. While the majority of states parties took advantage of the dialogue process, the EB was at times disappointed that in some cases the opportunity was missed. It is an opportunity to provide clarification to the questions posed, especially where there is already an investment of time and resources by the EB, the Secretariat, and the states parties themselves. The evaluation body convened online for the 3rd time from September 14th to the 17th, 2021, to finalize its recommendations on the 15 files concerned with the dialogue process and to further validate the draft decisions for each file. The resulting 60 draft decisions presented in the 5 respective reports thus represent the consensus decisions of the evaluation body. As per the graphic, 23% of the files were recommended for referral, 2% of the files were not recommended for inscription, and 75% of the files were recommended for inscription to either the urgent safeguarding list or representative list, selection to the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, or were approved for international assistance. On the matter of referrals, the EB wishes to emphasize that such decisions were not considered as a judgment on the element itself. Indeed, the body recognizes that state parties and the concerned communities, groups, and individuals go to great lengths to prepare these files and must be commended. Even so, a referral indicates that criteria for inscription were not satisfied as required by the convention and its operational directives, and rather serves as an encouragement to improve on the file and the information that is presented therein. Notwithstanding, the evaluation body observed an overall improvement in the quality of the nominations submitted for examination during the 2021 cycle. This improvement was noticeable both in the files submitted for the first time, as well as in the nomination files that were submitted after a previous referral. It was also observed that in some instances, information was not found in its appropriate place, but elsewhere. Even so, the members of the evaluation body worked fairly and examined the files in their totality, and in consideration of each criterion, and did not prejudice a nomination in these cases. However, to facilitate its work, the evaluation body reminds state parties to provide the information requested in the appropriate place within the nomination form. Similarly, the evaluation body also underscores the importance of the accompanying nomination video and how it is an opportunity to enrich the information provided in the file and enhance the overall understanding of the element. Some files featured videos which were well done, while others were not as coherent. Submitting states are therefore encouraged to take advantage of this opportunity. While nominations are submitted by submitting states, the evaluation body also noted that in a few files, the information provided suggested a top-down approach in their preparation. State parties are reminded that mechanisms for the widest possible participation of the communities, groups, and individuals in the preparation and implementation of safeguarding measures, safeguarding plans, and in the preparation of the file itself help to enhance the assessment of the file, and therefore such mechanisms should be pursued. On the related matter of free, prior, and informed consent, the free, prior, and informed consent of the communities concerned is also essential to the fair evaluation of the files. Communities, groups, and individuals should be duly informed about the particular list to which their nominations or proposals are being made. The relationship between the signatories providing consent and the nominated element should also be clear in the file. Letters of consent should be dated and current. The use of standardized letters of consent is discouraged, as it does not suggest a participatory approach to procuring the free, prior, and informed consent of the concerned communities, groups, and individuals. On the issue of gender roles, states parties are reminded that a more thorough description of gender roles throughout the file would be beneficial. So, for example, if an element is practiced or used by women, it is expected that women should also provide their consent, and so on. A brief word on criterion R2. In the past, if states parties made an effort to fill in the criterion about how inscription would enhance the visibility of ICH in general, the criterion was accepted. Thus, in the current cycle, the evaluation body also agreed to accept the criterion if an attempt was made to respond to the questions, I should say. For this reason, The evaluation body did not refer or reject any file solely on the basis of criterion R2, even if a file was clearly deficient in its response to this criterion. In the evaluations of R3, R5, and U5, the members of the evaluation body were more tolerant when dealing with these criteria. The body was guided in its examinations by the understanding that a variety of inventories might exist and that some might yet be in progress. However, the nominated element must already have been included in an inventory at the time of nomination. In some files, the role of the communities, groups, and individuals in inventory making and updating of inventories was not clearly explained. Insufficient or non-existent explanation creates doubt about the role of the communities, groups, and individuals concerned with the element. States parties are encouraged to ensure community participation and provide clear explanations in this regard. Regarding the intangible cultural heritage and the environment, the evaluation body was pleased to examine several files that featured this connection. As an additional step, states parties are encouraged to take note of safeguarding measures or plans and how they may account for the protection of the environment and for the sustainability of natural resources associated with the element. The nomination of elements connected to UNESCO World Heritage sites was also a feature of this year's cycle. Indeed, inscription may be mutually beneficial for their safeguarding and protection. However, states are discouraged from submitting nominations to the list of the 2003 convention solely for the purpose of promoting World Heritage sites. Also in this cycle, several files focus on nominating elements linked to commercial activity and income generation. For this reason, state parties should seek balance between the social, cultural, and economic functions of the element, endeavor to mitigate against unintended consequences that might come from inscription, guard against over-commercialization and possible negative impacts from tourism, and more importantly, ensure the element's viability. Finally, this year's cycle was not without its challenges for the evaluation body. The proper and fair examination of 60 files is a major undertaking, and the members of the evaluation body made a concerted effort to oblige the wishes of the international community. Notwithstanding the successful completion of the exercise, the evaluation body is concerned that being asked to consistently evaluate this many files under the current structure might run the risk of jeopardizing the rigor, integrity, and attention required for the successful completion of this important undertaking into the future. In closing, the members of the body, we express our gratitude for the opportunity to participate in the evaluation process and wish you all the best with the work ahead of safeguarding our intangible cultural heritage of humanity. The draft decisions for the files under the 2021 cycle will now shortly be presented by the chair of the evaluation body, Ms. Lubica Wolanska, and Vice Chair, Mr. Pierluigi Petrillo. I thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nkalara, for the long description of your effort. And I again would like to thank you very much for your presentation. And you raised several critical and relevant issues, which will no doubt inform the debate of the committee. Hearing your presentation and having the report of the evaluation body in front of us, I would like this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation to the 12 members of the body for managing to carry out your tasks, despite the global pandemic that continues to affect us, all of us. Thank you for your dedication and engagement to overcome this year's challenges and ensure that the convention could continue its work. Please know that the state parties and communities are truly grateful for your hard work, and I would like to thank you again. Let me now open the list of speakers for questions on the report of the evaluation body. This one? Okay. Yes, I think Azerbaijan. Yes. Yes, over to you, Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. We'd like to commend the evaluation body for its work in evaluating the files this year, and the Secretariat for having facilitated the work of the evaluation body in 2021 in the circumstances of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Azerbaijan notes that the evaluation body has opened the dialogue process on 15 files of the 2021 cycle, which shows that the mechanism introduced is indeed highly relevant and has allowed clarifying many issues the submitting states. The process is proving to be an effective mechanism of exchange between submitting states and the evaluation body. And we believe the committee should continue gaining experience in this area. Our delegation has taken note of the high number of files examined from states that didn't have a file evaluating in the previous 2020 cycle, the situation that didn't allow other files to be taken into consideration, especially multinational files. In this context, Azerbaijan does rely on the current efforts of reforming the listing mechanism to address the ongoing issue of priorities for the examination of the nomination files. Our delegation has noted that multiple issues have come up on the criteria R3 for the representative list and U3 for the urgent safeguarding list. We believe efforts in developing capacities of states in the regard to the elaboration of the safeguarding measures and community participation in their preparation should be further strengthened, possibly through the greater use by member states of the international assistance within the framework of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. Finally, overall, we believe that the convention is now undergoing an important moment, which is the one of reform of this listing mechanisms. And we hope that many issues raised systematically by the evaluation body, including those of this year, will be duly addressed through these processes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, no, I will now invite Switzerland. Over to you, Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais tout d'abord dire que le rapport de l'organe d'évaluation révèle la qualité du travail qui a été effectué par les experts, en particulier aussi si on prend en compte le contexte très compliqué de 2021 et les adaptations nécessaires pour les modalités de réunion. Donc, je voudrais tout d'abord vraiment remercier tous les experts, et la Suisse remercie tous les experts pour leur engagement durant cette période exceptionnelle. Maintenant, l'organe d'évaluation nous a bien souligné qu'il fait face à un nombre important, un volume important de dossiers à traiter. 60 dossiers ont été mentionnés, 61 si on les prend tous en compte. Mais il faut souligner que l'organe d'évaluation est parvenu à fournir des analyses pertinentes et sur cette base-là, le comité peut prendre des décisions vraiment informées. Mais il me paraît vraiment important de prendre en compte ce qui nous a été maintenant aussi répété par l'organe d'évaluation, à savoir que si nous voulons garder la qualité de l'évaluation, nous sommes d'avis, et la Suisse est d'avis, qu'il est important de ne pas augmenter encore ce volume. Je crois que le message a été clair, que nous sommes arrivés là à une limite si on veut conserver la qualité de l'évaluation, et pour nous, c'est essentiel. On peut aussi observer une amélioration globale de la qualité des dossiers présentés avec 75%, 75% des candidatures recommandées pour une inscription. Ça représente une augmentation par rapport au cycle précédent. Nous avons aussi noté que parmi ces recommandations positives, plusieurs dossiers avaient fait l'objet d'un renvoi préalable. Nous sommes fermement convaincus qu'une proposition de renvoi n'est pas à considérer comme un échec, mais au contraire, c'est un encouragement à améliorer la qualité du dossier et c'est donc une bonne chose. Les évaluations fournissent à ce titre d'ailleurs des indications et des orientations pertinentes pour tous les États qui soumettent des dossiers. Nous reconnaissons vraiment l'expertise de l'organe d'évaluation et dans ce contexte, la Suisse s'engagera durant le processus d'examen des candidatures pour que ces recommandations soient maintenues et la Suisse respectera l'accord de travail, le Working Agreement. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Czechia, but before that I would like to read the list who are willing to share the ideas. Czechia, followed by Brazil, followed by Sri Lanka, followed by Japan, followed by Poland, and then the Netherlands and Kuwait, and non-committee members are also there with us, Slovakia. So please, I will allow you to take the floor in this order. So therefore, China is also with us, being a committee member. Now, first allow the committee members to take the floor. Therefore, now I would like to invite Czechia. Over to you, Czechia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Notre délégation voudrait remercier l'organe d'évaluation pour son analyse minutieuse des candidatures sur tous les mécanismes de la Convention et pour son travail qui a dû être particulièrement fastidieux cette année. Le rapport montre que l'organe d'évaluation a essayé de maintenir un équilibre dans l'examen des critères et des questions dans leur ensemble et n'a utilisé les recommandations du renvoi qu'après une analyse approfondie des candidatures. Car il convient de garder à l'esprit que l'évaluation se fonde sur les informations contenues dans les documents soumis et non sur l'importance de l'élément lui-même. Nous voyons dans la proposition de révision des candidatures un moyen de les améliorer afin qu'elles puissent être constituées avec tous les détails pertinents, ce qui a toujours un effet positif sur l'élément lui-même, sa sauvegarde et sa présentation. Nous apprécions le fait que même les propositions d'inscription non recommandées pour l'inscription cette année ont été évaluées de manière constructive afin que les États soumissionnaires puissent satisfaire aux critères d'inscription, donc aux conditions qui s'appliquent de manière égale à tous, afin de rendre le système viable et équitable. Le fait qu'il soit possible de remplir les conditions d'inscription est démontré cette année non seulement par le nombre de propositions recommandées pour l'inscription, mais aussi par le nombre de propositions identifiées par l'organe d'évaluation comme de bons exemples et une bonne inspiration pour de futures propositions. L'organe d'évaluation est un organe consultatif du comité qui est bien entendu souverain dans ses décisions. Cependant, notre travail devrait se fonder sur son évaluation. C'est d'ailleurs pourquoi nous l'avons choisi comme organe consultatif, pour nous faciliter la prise de décision. Le comité fait également appel à ses propres capacités d'experts, mais il ne serait pas efficace d'utiliser les services de l'organe d'évaluation en effectuant une évaluation tout aussi détaillée par nous-mêmes. En outre, les tendances de ces dernières années montrent que les recommandations positives sont toujours soutenues par le comité, tandis que les recommandations négatives ont tendance à être contredites. Afin de maintenir la cohérence de nos processus décisionnels, nous utilisons l'accord du travail, mais nous devrions également analyser soigneusement les raisons qui ont conduit l'organe d'évaluation à recommander un renvoi pour les nominations qui ont un ou deux critères non satisfaits pour prendre la bonne décision pour la meilleure sauvegarde des éléments du PCI. Ceci étant dit, nous avons écouté les préoccupations du groupe africain ce matin par rapport au renvoi de certains dossiers cette année et nous en sommes sensibles. Bien que les inscriptions sur les listes ne devraient pas être au cœur de notre convention, nous pensons que la situation puisse être améliorée grâce au renforcement de capacités, l'assistance internationale, meilleure implication des ONG et les facilitateurs ou par d'autres procédures que nous pouvons identifier à l'avenir. En conclusion, notre délégation tient à dire qu'elle est impressionnée par la diversité du PCI dont l'inscription aux différentes listes de la Convention est proposée, ainsi que par la portée des mesures de sauvegarde proposées. Nous remercions l'organe d'évaluation pour ses recommandations concernant les effets négatifs potentiels sur la commercialisation excessive et de l'augmentation du tourisme sur les communautés, l'élément lui-même et son environnement. Nous espérons garder la qualité de son analyse en n'augmentant pas le nombre de dossiers à traiter. Merci beaucoup de votre attention, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Brazil. Over to you, Brazil.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Comme c'est la première fois que je prends la parole, je voudrais vous féliciter pour votre élection et pour cette conduite si fluide et amicale de nos travaux. Après toutes les réunions du bureau pendant cette année, c'est un plaisir de vous retrouver maintenant à la présidence de la 16e session de notre convention. Monsieur le Président, nous voudrions d'abord remercier l'organe d'évaluation pour l'immense effort accompli et pour le compromis avec le besoin de la vie de notre convention, c'est-à-dire la nécessité d'évaluer un grand nombre de dossiers dans les difficiles conditions créées par la pandémie du COVID-19. Nous croyons que plusieurs observations faites par l'organe d'évaluation continueront à aider les États membres à perfectionner leur dossier de candidature ainsi que les mécanismes d'inscription dans le forum de discussion et dans les réunions du comité et de l'Assemblée générale, bien sûr. Le rapport de l'organe d'évaluation représente une sorte de thermomètre qui nous permet de savoir où il faut intervenir, quels sont les programmes de formation nécessaires, quelles sont les initiatives et les modalités de coopération indispensables pour les États membres. En somme, quelle est la route à suivre? Les questions se levaient ce matin pendant la réunion du bureau le confirment. Monsieur le Président, nous voudrions quand même profiter de cette opportunité pour réaffirmer encore une fois notre position en faveur d'un meilleur équilibre entre les listes de la Convention et surtout souligner que pour nous, la protection et la sauvegarde sont la principale mission de la Convention du patrimoine immatériel. L'inscription de nouveaux éléments est très importante et bienvenue, mais elle doit être accompagnée de mesures permanentes de sauvegarde, parce que nous savons qu'il peut arriver que certaines manifestations puissent être mises en danger d'un moment à l'autre. C'est le rôle de notre Convention de protéger et de sauvegarder pour maintenir vivante la richesse et la diversité du patrimoine culturel et matériel. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Brazil. And now I would like to invite Sri Lanka. Over to you, Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sri Lanka would like to thank the evaluation body for its excellent report and the rigorous and meticulous work undertaken by its 12 members under extremely difficult conditions. Our delegation highly respects the expertise of the evaluation body and the observations they have made on the files they have examined. We are also happy to hear that the dialogue process that was introduced 2 years ago after much discussion has benefited a considerable number of countries. There are recommendations to safeguard ICH from the threats of commercialization, overexploitation, and decontextualization are matters that have to be paid serious consideration, especially in the present context where national economies of most countries have been severely affected by the pandemic. However, this can be a challenging choice for many countries, as the livelihoods of most of ICH practitioners have been badly affected due to the pandemic. Therefore, we are wondering whether or not we will have to reconsider where we are going to draw or redraw the lines between commercialization and non-commercialization, or over-exploitation and allowable exploitation, or permissible exploitation, or decontextualization and non-decontextualization. These are just for the consideration of the next evaluation body, who will examine the files for the 22nd year. And thank you once again, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for that comments. Now I would like to invite Japan. Over to you, Japan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Japan would like to thank the evaluation body and the Secretariat for having evaluated 60 files on an exceptional basis under the constrained circumstances of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. We also appreciate the fact that the upstream dialogue process in its second year of full-fledged implementation is bearing fruit and resulted in positive recommendations in many cases. I understand, out of 15, we had 14 successful cases. And we also welcome the fact that 45 cases were recommended for inscription, which is 75% of the total files examined, compared to 58% in the previous year. And at the same time, we welcome the fact that there has been increased geographical diversity, especially in the register of good safeguarding practices. We acknowledge that there is still, unfortunately, there's still a large number of backlogs of proposals awaiting review. And many colleagues have pointed out that we shouldn't have more numbers of files to be examined by the evaluation body. So what can we do about that is still an issue. And therefore, it will be necessary to continue the discussion on the number of files, among other things, in the open-ended working group on the reflection of the listing mechanisms of the convention. Now, I would like to say a few things about what some African countries said earlier. We do understand the frustrations on the part of some African countries in the results, but at the same time, we have this committee has to give respect for the evaluation by the evaluation bodies. Otherwise, this system doesn't work. And at the same time, we have a question of what is called the working agreement or gentleman's agreement. So those things are still there. So as Czechia said earlier, what we can do is to look at the capacity building initiatives, international assistance. But and there again, as I heard that the ambassadors of Saudi Arabia and Kuwait mentioned that international assistance has already been allocated to African countries with a large number, 41%, according to Princess Haifa. So we have to look at what is going on there. And Ambassador of Kuwait, Adam, has made several suggestions. One was about facilitator, and the other one was a higher education university. But at the same time, I have an impression that we may be able to use international assistance for the formulation of actual files. Mr. Curtis clarified earlier that the requests, many of the requests from those countries are actually for the general design of the system in those countries. But at the same time, international assistance can be used and has been used for specific files. And by that way, we may be able to increase the success rate. By the way, as I said earlier, the upstream evaluation process does work. In the same way, international assistance can be used for the increase of files to be approved. to be recommended for instruction by the evaluation body. So that may be another way of looking at this. But in any case, I think we have to look at concrete steps to solve this problem. There's no magic. We have to think about what we can do under the current system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Japan. And now I, please, dear delegates, committee members, and all the state parties, remember that all your questions be answered by our rapporteur, Mr. Enkalada. So, Mr. Enkalada, please ready if there is anything to answer. I will give that floor to Mr. Enkalada later, okay, after listening to all these countries. So now I would like to invite Poland. Over to you, Poland. Yes, I think we have only 20 minutes. Poland is not to be seen. Therefore, I go to Netherlands. The Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My delegation would like to thank the evaluation body for its immense work and for its very clear and valuable report. The Netherlands has always stressed the importance to respect the evaluation of nomination files by the evaluation body, and we take note of the thematic issues which are mentioned in the report. We would like to highlight a few things. We are very happy and glad that the number of referrals has decreased. The dialogue mechanism has contributed to the accessibility of the lists. However, we are aware that there are still regions that are underrepresented, and it's important that we find ways forward to better representation. The quality of the nomination files has increased. We welcome this, and we would like to congratulate all the nominating states parties, and especially the communities, groups, and where applicable, individuals concerned. Several nomination files were referred because it was unclear how communities were involved. This is a big concern for us, since the involvement of communities on all possible aspects is the core spirit of the convention. We welcome the fact that the evaluation body has anticipated on the discussion on the listing mechanism by not referring a file when only criteria R2 is not fulfilled. The Netherlands is in favor of simplifying this criterion. Last but not least, the evaluation body addresses the point of extended nominations. We think it's important to show that some elements are widely and sometimes even worldwide practiced. For communities, it is very important to be able to join a file and to get acquainted and work together with communities in other countries around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, the Netherlands, and next is Kuwait, followed by China. Over to you, Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, we thank the evaluation body on its work, and it's difficult. But also let me thank them for their transparency in the evaluation, and also for their transparency in showing us the obstacles that they're facing. Mr. Chair, let me tell you, what I look at this convention. This is, Mr. Chair, this convention since 2003. The objective of it is the safeguard, the living heritage, the intangible. So if we all agree, this is the objective. That's what we've been meeting for 16 years. That's what's, the whole mechanism, the whole process is to ensure to reach this outcome. So as a Kuwait, we believe, there is the three triangles: committee members, secretariats, evaluation body are tools. Once again, these are tools to reach our objectives. And unless we have, in a dynamic way, those tools should be dynamic, should change to accommodate this outcome, we will always have problems. We will have always issues. Since 2003, things changed dramatically. Since 2003, there were more awareness. We hear today we spend more than 8 million international assistance. For what? To promote these conventions. Obviously, automatically, we will have more numbers. Otherwise, we failed in our, promoting this convention. Second thing, if all files was not prescribed, that means we failed to promote the correct way of preparing the dossier and helping the member state to have a great, clean, quality files. If it's increased, that means we help them their capacity building. Mr. Chair, a few minutes ago we decided, we approved decision 16-70. What it says? It says, it says in the decision, notes with satisfaction that the majority of the international assistance go to group 5A. And at the end of the paragraph, the same thing, we encourage more member states. So, once we are, and we're all happy with clapping that, we approve that decision, obviously, automatically that will increase the number of files. So let's have more agreed on the principle, unless all of us, we say, number of files, it's a tool, it's an outcome for things we're doing. Let's find the solution. Let's find the quality solution. Otherwise, we're going to go to square one. I see some members said, no, that's like a red line. Number of files, a red line. No, it's one number of files because of the activities that we brought, because we have more international assistance, because we have more promoting this convention. So I think members, Mr. Chair, it's time to think outside the box and to be more fluid, and also to thank again the government of Japan for opening that dialogue for us to find solutions, and also the evaluation body for their reports to tell us, look, we have an issues, let's find a solution. But to say at the same way, we will have not a backlog. My issue, not that a backlog, my issue, Mr. Chair, the information in this backlog, after 8-9 years, they will be obsolete. Then we'll be evaluating something on the paper that's not on the ground. Is that the convention all about? Just to have a quality evaluation on a document, but that information does not reflect on the ground because our lack of being more responsible and brave and saying, what, we will stop this phenomena. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Kuwait, your positive comments and all that. And all this will be well noted. So that is Kuwait. And I think next, followed by China, followed by Botswana, and then Djibouti. And finally, I will again call Poland. Get ready, Poland also. We have your time. And Cote d'Ivoire. And now I would like to invite China. Over to you, China.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My delegation would like to congratulate the evaluation body for its tremendous effort, hard work in examining a total of 60 submitted files this cycle and accomplishing all the work, particularly under the difficult circumstances of spreading COVID-19 pandemic. We highly appreciate the expertise of the evaluation body and its efforts to maintain consistency of its evaluation job within this cycle and also with previous committee and evaluation institutions. And we believe that this has sent out very positive signal and very helpful guidance to all the states parties for their preparation of nominations, and has resulted in the improving quality of nomination files, as well as those positive aspects highlighted in the reports. At the same time, in this report, we have noticed that the evaluation body has also pointed out many of the recurring issues and challenges, such as the monitoring and follow-up of those inscribed elements, participation and involvement of communities concerned in the whole process of safeguarding. As we can recall, many of the issues and challenges have been discussed, debated, and touched upon during the expert meetings, the open-ended intergovernmental working group meetings of the global reflection on the listing mechanisms, which is launched this year with the support from and with the assistance of the Secretary, have turned into early outcomes in terms of the possible amendments to the operational directives to be reviewed by the committee at this session and the coming General Assembly of the Convention next year. For this, we believe the work of the evaluation body has made its due variable contributions And once again, we would like to thank the evaluation body for its wonderful job. And we look forward that the evaluation body would make continuous contributions to the coming evaluation work for the coming cycles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, China, for your comments. And now I invite Botswana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, of course. Please go ahead.
We'll join others in commending the evaluation body for its work, despite the difficult circumstances that they've been working under, posed by the pandemic. We also support the statement made by Kuwait and a few other countries. Chair, we appreciate that the number of 60 files does seem high, but are there many alternatives to addressing the backlog? Some proposals have been made today and perhaps they deserve further study. We also appreciate that almost 60% of the files were approved by the evaluation body. However, we regret that over 50% of the files from Africa were either rejected or referred. This, of course, further demonstrates the necessity to increase the capacity of Africa to prepare these files. Again, some alternatives have been suggested by members, which can be looked at further, but we should not lose sight of the fact that we need to safeguard the living heritage of the continent that is regarded as the cradle of humankind. We also continue to call for the strengthening of the Secretariat to deal with the increased workload. We thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, next, I would like to invite Djibouti. Over to you, Djibouti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais remercier le rapporteur de l'organe d'évaluation et l'organe d'évaluation pour l'excellent travail qu'il a fait en des périodes difficiles. Monsieur le Président, nous sommes en train de parler de la Convention de 2003, qui est normalement la Convention pour l'inclusivité et non pas l'exclusivité. Elle est l'organe par essence qui parle de la diversité. C'est-à-dire quand nous parlons de la diversité, nous parlons de l'universalisme. Nous parlons de l'UNESCO. Monsieur le Président, hier, ma ministre, en prenant la parole, avait remercié le Japon qui fait un travail formidable. Cependant, Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui, ce matin, au bureau, en notre qualité du président, vice-président représentant le groupe Afrique, nous avons soulevé quelques questions. C'est-à-dire, si vous voulez nous faire taire et qu'on ne dise pas, ça ne pourra pas se passer. Nous avons le droit de partager avec les autres États membres nos frustrations. Nous avons également très bien dit, Monsieur le Président, que nous n'allons pas toucher au Gentleman Agreement. Nous avons demandé aux États membres de retirer leurs files, ceux qui ont été rejetés. Mais, Monsieur le Président, je vois là maintenant un groupe d'amis venir refuser que l'on puisse discuter. Alors, on fait quoi? Si on ne peut pas discuter entre nous, on est des États membres, nous sommes là pour améliorer. Monsieur le Président, j'entends certains disent on est impressionné par la diversité du PCI. Moi, je voudrais savoir, Monsieur le Président, sur les 1300 files inscrits, combien reviennent à l'Afrique? Combien reviennent à l'Asie? Combien reviennent à l'Europe? C'est un travail à faire, Monsieur le Président. quand j'entends, Monsieur le Président, qu'on me dit ne pas augmenter le nombre de files, mais Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui, sur les 60, il n'y en a que 5 qui vont passer du côté de l'Afrique, plus 2 après le referral. C'est moins de 50%. D'autres régions, Monsieur le Président, vont avoir 99%, un seul file rejeté. Vous voulez qu'on parle chiffres? On demande au secrétariat de nous donner des chiffres. Monsieur le Président, la discussion jaillit la lumière. Or, si on refuse la discussion, on n'avancera pas. Vous savez où est-ce qu'on va aller? On va aller vers le comité sur le patrimoine. C'est ce qu'on veut éviter d'arriver. We have to be very careful. We are between member states, we are between friends, and if we close the discussion, because some are happy as it is, some might not be happy. I'm really sorry to confess it, but the way I see it, that you want to, everybody that I've heard so far is willing to close the debate. We can't close the debate. We have to discuss between people who want to safeguard this committee and this convention and to love this convention. We are a lover. For example, my own country is a first time presenting an element, but we are not going to open it. We will wait for the next time. But we have still to ask ourselves, what is happening? Why do we have less than 50% of the African file accepted and 50% rejected? Now, Monsieur le Président, on dit qu'on ne peut pas et on ne doit pas dépasser les 60. C'est sur quelle charte c'est écrit ça? C'est où? C'est nous-mêmes qui donnons les... Ce n'est ni la Bible ni le Coran. Excusez-moi. C'est à nous de trouver le bon équilibre. Ou sinon, Monsieur le Président, allez, on va faire une autre proposition. Pourquoi ne pas accepter de files venant de groupes qui en ont beaucoup et laisser à ceux qui n'ont pas de files pour au moins rattraper un peu l'équilibre ou le déséquilibre? C'est une question également. Monsieur le Président, s'il faut parler d'UNESCO, je suis désolé, mais ce n'est pas mon genre, ce n'est pas l'Eurosco, c'est l'UNESCO. C'est l'universalisme. C'est tout le monde, c'est tous les États, c'est tout ce qui représente. Donc, faisons, je vous prie, je vous en prie, faisons preuve d'un peu de réflexion intellectuelle pour qu'on puisse trouver une solution à des questions qui existent. Sinon, demain, on arrivera et on sera face au mur. Et il appartient au comité de prendre ses responsabilités. Parce que si on continue tel qu'on est, ce qu'on appelle le gap ou le divide gap va encore s'agrandir. Et l'Afrique se retrouvera avec un pourcentage d'1% d'éléments inscrits. Ce n'est pas parce que nous n'avons pas d'éléments inscrits. Ce n'est pas parce que nos éléments sont mauvais. C'est parce que peut-être nous n'avons pas les capacités de les présenter. Parce que peut-être que les rapports doivent être présentés soit en français, soit en anglais. Ce ne sont pas nos langues maternelles. Vous voulez qu'on le présente ce soir, en Somalie,
Yes, Djibouti, thank you very much. We have well noted all your comments. We appreciate your comments and thank you very much. The time is passing, so there are two other countries waiting. After lunch we can even, I can give you again the time for you after lunch. So just there are two countries. Anyway, I must thank Djibouti for all the comments and well noted and appreciate that. Okay, I will just go to Poland. Okay. I think, yes, I think now the time is 1:14, a little bit hungry. So therefore, we will stop now. Thank you very much for all the comments. And we will allow you to give comments after lunch. And therefore, so Mr. Encolada is also with us, and he will answer all of you, right? Yes, so after lunch. So that's all. Yes. Yeah, so therefore, dear colleagues, according to our timetable, we are going to pause for 1 hour break. So I look forward to seeing you again at 2:15 p.m. in Paris time, so that we can begin the examination of item 8A. So before taking this pause, I would like to ask the Secretariat to highlight a side event that will shortly be taking place online via Zoom. Over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you. Just to remind participants from 1:40 p.m. to 2 p.m. there is the UNESCO MOOC on Living Heritage and Sustainable Development event taking place online via Zoom. Registration for this event is available on the calendar of events page located on the dedicated page for the 16th session of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, and we will meet after lunch.
On this island, every morning is a celebration of life, a tribute to nature, an act of faith, a gift from the earth. A moment for reflection. A quest for balance and well-being. For your mind. Your body and your soul. This island is our healer, and her secrets are centuries old. So pure, so natural, so Sri Lanka.
l'amélioration de la qualité de nos dossiers. Souvenez-vous du but essentiel de la Convention. Le but de cette Convention-là, c'est la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel et l'assistance mutuelle, l'assistance au niveau international. Alors, qu'un élément soit inscrit sur la LSU, sur la liste représentative, l'essentiel pour la délégation de Côte d'Ivoire, c'est que les États fassent des efforts et prennent des mesures avec la participation des communautés pour maintenir donc vivants des éléments du PCI. C'est ce que nous trouvons essentiel. Pour nous, il n'y a pas raison d'avoir un sentiment d'échec quand on n'arrive pas à inscrire un élément sur l'une de ces listes. L'essentiel, c'est de faire en sorte que les éléments du PCI soient vivants pour participer à la cohésion sociale. Certaines délégations ont parlé tout à l'heure de problèmes d'équité, de représentativité. D'autres ont évoqué le problème, ont évoqué le fait que l'Afrique soit le continent qui bénéficie le plus de la financière internationale. Et l'Afrique bénéficie, mais pour quel objectif? Je pense que ma délégation pense que la plupart du temps, c'est pour mettre en œuvre des inventaires. Mais ce que nous voulons dire ici, c'est de promouvoir vraiment le renforcement des capacités. Même pour les inventaires, il faut renforcer les capacités. Renforcer les capacités et renforcer encore les capacités pour améliorer la qualité donc, des dossiers. Alors, nous pensons que nous devons développer d'autres stratégies. Quand je dis nous, c'est les pays africains. Il faut développer repenser d'autres stratégies. Vous savez que la coopération internationale n'est pas interdite. La coopération informelle n'est pas interdite. Il serait bon que les pays africains qui ont l'intention de proposer des dossiers puissent consulter de façon informelle, cela n'est pas interdit. Certains pays qui ont de l'expérience, qui ont de l'expertise dans l'élaboration des dossiers de nomination. Je pense qu'en amont, c'est ce qu'il faut faire parce que cela n'est pas interdit pour bénéficier de leur expérience et présenter vraiment des dossiers de qualité. Une fois de plus, Monsieur le Président, je voudrais vous remercier et féliciter une fois de plus l'organe d'évaluation pour son travail d'expertise. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you very much for your comments. And next, I would like to invite Peru. Over to you, Peru.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, Peru wants to congratulate the evaluation body for its outstanding work in these complex circumstances due to the pandemic. We want to highlight the number of inscriptions on the representative list. And in this regard, it is important for us, we consider that it's important to emphasize what other colleagues have indicated, the necessity to work with communities that have difficulties in the presentation of nomination files. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Jamaica. Over to you, Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And once again, congratulations on the way that you're ably handling this meeting so far. It's well appreciated. I would first of all like to begin by congratulating the evaluation body on the very difficult task that it had been set. And the mere fact that it got through 60 files, which is the highest number recorded of files examined, really speaks to the dedication that they displayed in discharging their responsibilities. I also would like to express my empathy with Djibouti, who clearly outlined some issues that they had and that some African state parties are facing. And I want to state that in our opinion, the work of the evaluation body has been carried out in a balanced and efficient manner. But I wonder, and I want to put this forward for consideration, if there isn't an issue, a structural issue with the way in which the evaluation body has to work that might give the impression that some countries are favored over others. And I just want to point out a comment made by my colleague from the Netherlands with respect to some of the criteria, and one in particular, R2, which seems to be posing a significant problem. And her recommendation for us to possibly look at simplifying that might take us a step forward. But that's only one aspect of it. I really would like to see us examining seriously the whole structure of the evaluation process, just to see if there are issues in it that might pose challenges to some countries over others. As we strive for equality of opportunity to present files for inscription on either of the lists. So that is our contribution at this stage, Chair, and I thank you for allowing me to participate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peru. Now I would like to invite Jamaica.
No. Oh, Jamaica just spoke, Chair. But if you like, I will speak again. But no, I will cede to other members of the committee.
Okay, okay.
We have already made our intervention.
Yeah, I think Poland missed last time. Is Poland there? Yeah, please, Poland,
Yes,
over to you.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I'm here. So sorry for being late. So sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to take the floor right now. First of all, I would like to apologize and say that at the end of our last session in the morning, there were a lot of disruption, and we couldn't hear what our distinguished colleagues from the members of the committee have been saying. So thank you very much, Secretariat. Me myself, I was disconnected twice from our discussions, and thank you so much, Secretariat, for your work and to improve the system of our collaboration via the online sessions. So when it comes to the evaluation body report, Poland wishes to thank very much the evaluation body for their work and for their dedicated activities during the difficult time of the COVID-19 pandemic and the online sessions that they needed to take. With satisfaction, we observed the improvement on dialogue mechanism and that nominations were engaged in the process, and very, very satisfied that finally 14 of them were recommended for inscriptions. We're glad that this mechanism is working, and it was a second year of this mechanism to be introduced within the evaluation process, and we are very glad that it's improving every year. Poland is also content with the improvement over overall quality of the multinational nominations. We believe that for spirit of very important nominations themselves. We also are very much acknowledged that the efforts of the body to carefully examine the nominations regarding also the criterion R2. And hope that this solutions that the evaluation body have presented so far will cause the improvement also for the submissions in the future. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor and being so patient. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Poland. And now I would like to invite Rwanda. Rwanda, please, over to you, Rwanda.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole. Et merci, Monsieur le Président, aussi pour l'excellente manière de laquelle vous dirigez nos débats. Je voudrais aussi exprimer l'appréciation du Rwanda à l'égard du Conseil, du comité d'évaluation qui nous a présenté un travail excellent, reflétant un souci de recherche d'équilibre, un souci de recherche de représentation des maximums de cultures et de peuples. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais aussi m'associer aux orateurs qui m'ont précédé. J'avais quand même des difficultés d'entrée, des difficultés techniques. Je n'ai pas suivi l'ensemble des présentations, des exposés et des interventions des membres. Et je voudrais retenir surtout l'intervention de Djibouti et de la Jamaïque et lancer un appel, Monsieur le Président. 18 ans entre 2003 et 2021, c'est certainement le moment de nous évaluer, d'évaluer la mise en œuvre de la Convention, d'évaluer le travail du comité. Notre travail aura atteint ses objectifs dans le cadre de la Convention le jour où nous pourrons dire aux générations futures que de notre temps, l'ensemble des cultures, l'ensemble des communautés, l'ensemble des populations du monde entier ont été équitablement représentés sur la liste du patrimoine mondial immatériel mondial de l'humanité. Monsieur le Président, c'est pourquoi, pour pouvoir avancer dans le respect des principes et des règles éthiques qui nous gouvernent, je voudrais recommander que nous procédions à une évaluation sincère. Qu'est-ce qui fait que tant de régions, tant de pays, tant de peuples, tant de cultures soient si peu représentés ou soient non représentés carrément? Il y a une raison. Et je voudrais que le comité d'évaluation fasse aussi l'évaluation de l'évaluation. La non-représentation est-elle due à la non-soumission de dossiers? La non-représentation est-elle due à un rejet peut-être indu de certains dossiers? La non-représentation ne peut en aucun cas être due à l'absence de qualité dans les dossiers, dans les cultures des peuples. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais terminer ici en vous remerciant encore une fois et en lançant encore une fois un appel vibrant pour que nous évaluions notre travail et que nous mettions tout en place pour que tous les peuples, toutes les cultures, toutes les communautés soient équitablement représentées. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Your comments are well noted. We appreciate that. And now let me go to Slovakia. Over to you, Slovakia, and followed by Myanmar and Lithuania.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Slovaquie tient à féliciter l'organe d'évaluation pour son travail très efficace qui a permis d'évaluer 60 dossiers cette année. Nous tenons en particulier que le processus de dialogue a été utilisé dans ces cycles dans une plus large mesure que par le passé. Nous sommes conscients qu'il est difficile pour l'organe d'évaluation et pour le secrétariat de coordonner ce travail considérable qui exige une charge de travail et un engagement accru de chacun. En même temps, cela donne une occasion d'expliquer certains problèmes dans les dossiers et permet ainsi une meilleure compréhension des éléments qui permettent de gagner du temps. Par conséquent, nous considérons que ce mécanisme est très pertinent. Nous sommes reconnaissants pour les observations et recommandations générales formulées par l'organe d'évaluation. Elles touchent à des questions sensibles qui méritent une réflexion approfondie. Nous tenons à assurer les ambassadeurs des pays africains que la Slovaquie est prête à sortir de ces sentiers battus et à travailler pour trouver une solution qui permet d'équilibrer la diversité géographique en maintenant en même temps les normes de qualité de ces processus d'évaluation. Par exemple, on pourrait envisager une année exceptionnelle et de mettre en avant les États avec peu d'éléments inscrits. Les recommandations d'organes d'évaluation seront prises en compte dans notre propre processus national lors de la préparation de nos nominations. Merci.
Thank you very much, Slovakia. And now I go to Myanmar. Please, over to you, Myanmar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I'm taking the floor for the first time, I wish to congratulate Mr. President for your elections, and I have placed my confidence in your able leadership in guiding this meeting. I thank the Evaluation Committee for their hard work and all efforts during this difficult time of the pandemic. I express my heartiest congratulations to all the state parties who filed the recommended fine inscriptions to the representative lists during this 2021 cycle. That counts for 75% of the current cycle nomination. This morning, several speakers have pointed out the need for capacity building of the state parties. Some have stressed upon the equal importance of preservation work of the inscribed items after the inscriptions. The State Party of Myanmar fully concurs with those. It is also imperative that if there are things the state parties need to fulfill, it should be sorted out through dialogue mechanism, which was suggested by this committee member of Japan. As regards the State Party of Myanmar, we have a file for this cycle, which was suggested by the Evaluation Committee for referral. One of the comments is about the role of the community's involvement. That is our inscription Tanaka, which is a fragrant piece made from the bark of Tanaka trees in Myanmar. Almost everyone, including myself, when I was young, have enjoyed the application of Tanaka paste. Everyone in my family has done so. The tradition of the application of Tanaka paste is handed down from generation to generations. The practice is embraced by both women and men, both children and grown-ups, in all communities, in every part of the country. Even some people who visit Myanmar for a brief time, often they fell in love with the obligation of the Tanaka paste. Everyone in Myanmar would love to witness the inscription of the Tanaka in Intangible Heritage list, because it is part of our lives. As per the Evaluation Committee suggestion, nonetheless, the State Party of Myanmar will continue working hard so that the Tanaka will be inscribed in the Intangible Cultural Heritage list in the next cycle of 2023 after successfully meeting all recommendations by the Evaluation Committee. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Myanmar. Now I would like to invite Lithuania. Over to you, Lithuania.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout d'abord, permettez-moi de vous féliciter de votre présidence et de la manière très positive et très professionnelle dont vous menez cette session. Nous serons très brefs, comme plusieurs idées ont déjà été exprimées par d'autres délégations et surtout par nos collègues de la République tchèque, la Slovaquie, la Pologne, la Jamaïque et beaucoup d'autres. Nous voudrions donc remercier l'organe de l'évaluation pour son travail immense qu'il a effectué tout en prenant compte de la situation de pandémie et féliciter de haute qualité de son rapport et de ses recommandations fondées d'une analyse approfondie des dossiers. Nous considérons que la mise en œuvre de processus du dialogue est du succès et estimons que nous devons continuer à supporter l'organe de l'évaluation dans son travail et son expertise, comme cela fait partie de la crédibilité de la Convention. Même si un certain nombre de dossiers ont été recommandés pour renvoi, c'est temporaire, nous considérons que l'option de renvoi est un outil indispensable qui peut servir d'améliorer non seulement des dossiers mêmes, mais aussi contribuer à l'environnement positif de la sauvegarde des éléments au niveau national et à la compréhension de la Convention même. Et celle-là est vraiment une question pertinente. Ce qui représente vraiment la valeur essentielle à notre avis. Nous avons vu dans le rapport que la majorité des dossiers renvoyés n'ont pas rempli le critère R2 qui est vraiment d'une importance majeure. Pourtant, nous nous réjouissons du fait que le nombre des dossiers renvoyés ont diminué considérablement par rapport au cycle précédent. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you very much. And now I would like to thank all of you all because of this lengthy and fruitful, positive comments we had given for this entire session. And therefore, now I would like to invite Mr. Nkalada. The floor is yours to provide clarifications. There are so many clarifications. So we will invite Mr. Nkalada, the rapporteur.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will seek to address. I'm sorry, you weren't hearing me just now?
Yes,
Okay,
go ahead.
thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will attempt to address some of the issues that were raised and the comments and interventions to the extent that I am able to from the perspective of the evaluation body. So I'd like to begin by saying that we certainly appreciate the willingness of states to speak up on matters of concern. The reason being that the members of the evaluation body, we also come from various states. We also have varying types of expertise and insights, and which added to the discourse and discussion among the members of the body. And so the sort of interventions and insights that are presented also help to inform the body on going forward. The issue of underrepresentation, I would like to say that even if that is in fact the case, we would agree that the appropriate evaluations should be made, assessments of the work of the body, if that is what is perceived to be where the problem is, that should be evaluated to see if there's something structurally that is contributing to underrepresentation. But rest assured that the members of the evaluation body in the current cycle worked diligently to try and respond to, in a positive way, the desires of the international community as the convention has evolved from year to year, and there is a greater demand for the increase in the number of files. So certainly, you can rest assured that the evaluation body functioned fairly and deliberately, and this you will see that this was manifested even and without, again, because of the parameters in which we work, you will see that the number of inscriptions, files recommended for inscription increased as well. That was not a thing where the body said, let's do that. It's because of the overall quality of the work that was put to us. It's because of the evolving knowledge and experience that come with being evaluation body members and members of committees and state parties or participating in the convention. It is a living, the whole convention is a living mechanism. And so we too aspire for its development and for greater representation of states. But on that matter, some states have made I think the correct intervention and a wise intervention with respect to taking advantage of the mechanisms that within the convention itself that allow states to be able to submit nominations and to do so successfully, because I think it is our collective desires that is what happens, no? And so that is something that should be taken advantage of as we go forward. One of the issues that was raised had to do with the issue of commercialization or over-commercialization, decontextualization, and so on. I think one state made the juxtapose these together. It was a major part of the discussions of the evaluation body, and certainly that question actually came up, and without getting into specifics, came up on several occasions. And we too had to make that distinction between commercialization and over-commercialization. But at the end of the day, it came down to how the file was presented. The purview of the convention is for the safeguarding of the respective element. And so where it was felt that the element was being put forward solely for the purpose of commercialization or over-commercialization, and where, for example, safeguarding measures or safeguarding plans did not adequately address mitigating the effects of inscription that could come from inscription, that would come from excessive commercialization and so on. That is where the referral was made, because we would not be in a position, given the information on the file, to be assured that this was a matter that would be taken in. And so one of the things that came out in our discussions would have been that the state, the evaluation body, as much as we would like to see increase inscriptions, we would be fair in our assessments and then have the other organs of the convention do its own work, so that there is a complete reassurance that that elements are being inscribed fairly and with respect to the state parties and the communities who were involved. No? And those would be my comments, unless there are more specific questions that could be directed. But those were the comments that I think were overarching in the whole discussions that I was able to pick up.
Thank you very much. It's a great work done by you. And I think the evaluation body, I must thank all the members of the evaluation body, especially Mr. Nkalada, being the chairman of that, and he had done a wonderful job. So thank you very much again. So once again, let me remind you that we will examine draft decision 16.8 after having examined individual decisions under items 8A, 8B, 8C, and 8D. Okay, and then we'll proceed. Yes, I think now, item 8A, examination of nominations for the urgent safeguarding list. We are now ready to examine the first sub-item 8A, examination of nominations for inscription on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. The Secretariat has informed me that Bahamas withdraw its file. So it is no longer for us to examine. This means that 5 nominations remain to be examined under this item. The examination of the nominations under the sub-item will be organized according to the revised order of files, published on the Secretariat's website last night, Monday, the 13th December 2021. We will therefore begin with the nomination from Micronesia, followed by Timor-Leste. Sorry. Cold weather, that's the reason. So Timor-Leste, Djibouti, Estonia, and Mali in that order. Okay, everything will be okay. The files from Djibouti and Timor-Leste will include a nomination to the urgent safeguarding list, combined with a request for international assistance. Before starting the examination of the nominations, it is important that we remember the criteria that must guide our decisions today. Can you see them on the screen? Yes, now we can see. I will not read them out, but let me point out that the submitting state party is requested to demonstrate that a nominated element satisfied all of these criteria. So I'm not going to read that, but you can see on the screen. These are the criteria. There are 5. Yes, now let us move now to examination of the individual files. We will first examine the nomination. Kuwait, okay? Shall I think yes. Yeah? Yes. He raised the hand and then lowered the hand. So therefore now I... Okay. Let us move now to examination of the individual files. We will first examine the nomination, Carolinian wayfinding and canoe making. Draft decision 16.com 8.A.4 submitted by the Federated States of Micronesia. The floor is now to the evaluation body to present to us its findings. Over to you, Chairman of the evaluation body.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The first file is Carolinian wayfinding and canoe making submitted by the Federated States of Micronesia. Carolinian wayfinding or canoe making refers to the centuries-old tradition of building and navigating long-distance canoes. Communities in Micronesia, particularly in the outer island of Yap State, continue the traditions of building the ocean voyaging sailing canoes from local materials and navigating without maps or instruments. After initiating the dialogue process on criteria U3 and U5, the evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria. The file demonstrates broad community participation, including the involvement of several organizations, municipal and state governments, traditional leaders and master navigators in preparing the nomination file and related activities. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of this element on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding.
Thank you for this clear and detailed presentation. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole? Yes, the screen. Yeah, any objections? Yeah, I see no objection. So I therefore declare decision 16.com 8.A.4 adopted. Yes, I think I will give the floor to Micronesia. The floor is yours for 2 minutes. Over to you, Micronesia. I think they have a connection problem. Maybe they will come back. Okay? So I will move forward. I'll move forward. I will now go to, let us now move to the next file to be examined. Thai's traditional textile. Draft decision 16.com 8.A.6 submitted by Timor-Leste. And this file concerns a nomination to the urgent safeguarding list with a request for international assistance to support the implementation of the proposed safeguarding plan. The committee is asked yes, again cold weather. No problem. We move forward. This file concerns the nomination to the urgent safeguarding list with a request for international assistance to support the implementation of the proposed safeguarding plan. The committee is asked to decide whether the nomination fulfills the criteria for inscription on the urgent safeguarding list, or whether the international assistance request fulfills the criteria for granting assistance. It is important to underline that the committee decides on the conformity of the nomination with criteria for inscription on the urgent safeguarding list, together with its decision on the extent to which the request meets the criteria of international assistance. We already have the criterion for inscription on the urgent safeguarding list in mind. However, before starting our examination, let us remind ourselves of the criteria that shall guide our decision today regarding the international assistance request. Can you see them on the screen? Yes, you can see. You can see. Yeah, I will not read all that, but since it is on the screen. Yes. So in addition, paragraph 10 of the operational directives refers to two factors that the committee may wish to also consider in its evaluation of international assistance requests. 10A and 10B. 10A, the request implies cooperation at the bilateral, regional, or international levels. Now you can see on the screen. So concerning the international assistance request, allow me to further recall that we have to evaluate to which extent the request meets the criteria for international assistance as a whole. In other words, it is not necessary to meet each and every criterion in order for the request to be approved. So keeping in mind these two sets of criteria and the approach, the evaluation body, we will now examine the file. Tiles, traditional textile, the draft decision 8.6.6, submitted by Timor-Leste. Evaluation body, please share with us the findings of the body on this combined nomination and request. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next file is Thais, traditional textile submitted by Timor-Leste. Thais is the traditional hand-woven textile in Timor-Leste made from cotton and plant-based dyes. Its production is time-intensive and entails the use of simple equipment. The fabric is used to decorate and create traditional clothing with specific styles for men and women. People in Timor-Leste use ties to welcome newborns and traditional ceremonies and festivities. The evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria. The file sufficiently explains that the element is in need of urgent safeguarding for several reasons. The safeguarding plan elaborated addresses the threats to the element and will help ensure its continued practice and transmission. The communities collaborated with the state and other entities for the consultations and preparation of the file. They will also be involved in the implementation of the safeguarding plan. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of this element on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. Regarding the international assistance request, Timor-Leste has requested international assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund in the amount of $265,895 for the implementation of the safeguarding plan for Thais traditional textile. The evaluation body considers that the 3-year project implemented by the National Commission for UNESCO improves the viability of the element and of living heritage in general, and increases the transmission among young people. The budget includes a detailed description of the specifically itemized expenses. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends to approve the international assistance request from Timor-Leste for the implementation of the safeguarding plan for Thai's traditional textile and to grant the amount of $265,895 to the state party to this end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, dear Luba. Yes. And now may I therefore ask the committee to adopt draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole. Yes, I think I see no objection. So I therefore declare decision 16.com 8.A.6 adopted as seen on the screens. Now, let me go to the next file. Yeah. Now, Timo, yes, it's over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, on behalf of the government of Timor-Leste, I would like to express my gratitude to UNESCO ICH Secretary for providing technical and financial assistance during the elaboration of nomination of Thais for inscription of the urgent safeguarding list. The Intangible Cultural Assistance Fund was useful for us in bringing together the Thai stakeholders and engage the local communities, representative concern on Thais from all over Timor-Leste. This led to the attainment of the expected result by elaborating the safeguarding plan together with weavers and community representatives. In the event, they proactively participate, providing feedback and inputs, and in the end, reached consensus on the safeguarding plan and the nomination. Through the various activities concerning to the nomination, the local communities, in particular the weavers, developing their understanding and became more aware of the value of the culture they are practicing. On the other hand, staff of the institutional members of the ICS committee raise their capacity to interpret between the international context and the local context regarding intangible cultural heritage. Besides, the local communities and assistants also brought together various stakeholders onto one platform in national ICH protection and safeguarding. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I want to recognize and give my gratitude to the UNESCO ICS evaluation body by using their competence in examining the Thais nomination documents and finally recommend inscribing Thais into the list of UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage in need of urgent safeguarding in the Intergovernmental Committee. Thais is a cultural heritage that has been passed from the ancestor, from generation to generation. Culturally, the local communities are the base and the practitioner of Thais, as it is an important and inherent element in the traditional ceremony of each community. In the whole process of producing Thais, women and men need to work together. The role of women in Thais producing process is more important and responsible for passing the knowledge and the skill of weaving Thais to the generation by generation in their communities. The women empowerment is also highlighted in this traditional practice. Inscribing Thais into the list of UNESCO Intangible Culture in need of urgent safeguarding is becoming a working initiative to the government, civil society organization, local communities, ties weaver and people of Timor-Leste in general in work on ties safeguarding and its sustainability. And the commitment to implement 2003 UNESCO Convention framework on April 19, 2019 in the Timor-Leste government, together with the national stakeholder, commenced on established National Committee of Intangible Cultural Heritage, ICH, which aim to promote, conserve, and safeguarding cultural activity regarding national living heritage. This was a starting point and as open gate for Timor-Leste as single institution on work with ICS implementation. The committee as country representative which take over important.
Dear friends, I will give you 1 more minute, please. All the others are waiting for their chances. Please.
Working as long-standing to develop and safeguard ICS elements from the local and national level. And since 2019, the committee struggles on the effort nominate traditional handcraft in UNESCO as urgent safeguarding list which consists with the various important pillars that will be soon implemented by Timor-Leste from 2022 until 2025. To end up, we optimistic that concerned implementation process of safeguarding plan will be our national responsibility, which could as milestone for the further cooperation in the context of conservation, transmission, and safeguarding of our intangible cultural heritage. We are appreciating for the all contribution to support Timor-Leste. Daily 14th of December 2021, President of Timor-Leste National Committee for ICS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Congratulations, Timor. Thank you very much. And now, evaluation body, could you please introduce the next file? SHIDO, draft decision 16.com 8.A5, submitted by Djibouti, which also concerns a combined nomination to the urgent safeguarding list and request for international assistance. Over to you, Luba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next file is Shido, submitted by Djibouti. Shido is a dish given by a mother-in-law to her son-in-law to celebrate the first week of her daughter's marriage. It consists of a container carved from a tree trunk, made to hold small pieces of dried dromedary meat, fried in butter and preserved in ghee. The evaluation body considered that the criteria U1 and U2 are met. However, the information provided is not sufficient to determine whether criteria U3, U4, and U5 are satisfied. The file doesn't provide enough information about the safeguarding plan it is proposed, but it's not clear who are the communities, groups, and individuals concerned with the element, nor is it clear how they were involved in developing the safeguarding plan. Secondly, the file doesn't provide evidence of the wide participation of the concerned peers and practitioners. Additionally, it speaks of implementing of safeguarding plan in terms of what is intended rather than what will be done with respect to the role of bearers and practitioners. Finally, the process for updating the inventory is not well explained, nor is it clear how the communities, groups, and individuals concerned are involved. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that this nomination be referred to the submitting state. Concerning the international assistance request, Djibouti has requested international assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund in the amount of $116,450 for the implementation of the safeguarding plan. The evaluation body considers this project could revitalize the practice of Shido and improve the viability of living heritage in general and increase the transmission among young people. The budget includes a detailed description of the specifically itemized expenses. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends to approve the international assistance request from Djibouti for the implementation of the safeguarding plan for Shido and to grant the amount of $116,450 to the state party to this end.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Luba. And now the Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. And therefore, may I therefore ask the committee to adopt draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole. Also, yeah. Yes, I see no objection. I therefore declare decision 16.com 8.8.5 adopted as seen on the screens. And also, Deputy, the floor is now yours for 2 minutes, please. Yeah. I
Merci,
think,
Monsieur le
yes,
Président.
Honorable Minister, we welcome you. Yes.
Oui. Donc, au nom du gouvernement, la délégation djiboutienne félicite l'UNESCO en général et les secteurs de la culture en particulier pour la tenue de cette session, ainsi que son président pour l'excellente conduite de la réunion. Nous remercions aussi le secrétariat pour la qualité du travail réalisé. Mon pays accorde une importance capitale à la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel et davantage au patrimoine vivant, et nous ne ménagerons aucun effort pour atteindre les objectifs assignés au département de la culture en suivant la feuille de route du chef de l'État et grâce aux 2 piliers érigés, à savoir la Bibliothèque nationale et les archives nationales, qui constituent le réceptacle des éléments de notre patrimoine culturel immatériel, et ce, avec la participation des communautés concernées. La délégation djiboutienne remercie l'organe d'évaluation aussi pour son admirable professionnalisme et rigueur dans son travail, devenu plus difficile en cette période de pandémie. Monsieur le Président, le renvoi du HERO, donc notre projet, constitue notre première candidature. Nous ne décourageons pas et ceci ne constitue absolument pas un acte de dépréciation de la qualité de l'élément, mais plutôt nous incite vers de plus amples précisions et de clarté dans la préparation des dossiers, l'implication des communautés en vue de la sauvegarde de l'élément. Bien sûr, nous aurions aimé que notre premier élément soit inscrit. D'autre part, nous accueillons avec satisfaction l'approbation de la demande d'assistance internationale avec laquelle nous entreprendrons le plan de sauvegarde inclusif du HELO, avec la participation étroite des communautés, de la jeunesse, des femmes, de la société civile, mais aussi avec les autres départements ministériels concernés, et plus particulièrement ceux relevant de l'éducation, de la femme et de la famille. Mesdames et messieurs, nous demeurons confiants au mécanisme de dialogue qui a permis de fournir davantage d'éléments de réponse et s'est avéré efficace, et nous appelons tous les acteurs à prendre en considération les premiers éléments des pays sous-représentés. Enfin, nous tenons à remercier l'UNESCO pour les financements des ateliers et des formations sur les PCI réalisés en décembre 2019 et janvier 2020 grâce au fonds de la Convention de 2003 qui ont permis aux participants de prendre connaissance de l'importance des éléments du patrimoine culturel immatériel du pays. Les participants ont particulièrement acquis les connaissances indispensables au sujet de la valeur du patrimoine vivant et de son importance pour la cohésion sociale. Durant le stage pratique de formation sur le terrain, les participants, femmes et jeunes, ont été convaincus de l'urgence de la préservation des détenteurs et des savoir-faire des éléments du patrimoine culturel qui constituent des trésors humains vivants. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention et vous dis à bientôt.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister from Djibouti. And now, Evaluation Body, could you please introduce the next file, building and use of expanded Dogat boards in Zuma region, draft decision 16.com 8.8.2 submitted by Estonia. Over to you, Luba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next file is building and use of expanded dugout boats in Soomaa region, submitted by Estonia. The Estonian expanded dugout boat from the Soomaa region is a canoe-like boat hollowed out from a single tree, usually aspen, with expanded sides and a shallow base. The building of a dugout boat is a complex process, beginning with identifying a suitable tree and culminating with the boat's launch. Dugout boat building is a communal activity involving masters and apprentices. The evaluation body considered that the nomination met all 5 criteria and considered the file a good example of a well-prepared file. The body particularly appreciated the video that reflects the spirit of the convention. The evaluation body also emphasized the quality of the safeguarding measures and an active role for communities in their implementation. In conclusion, The evaluation body recommends the inscription of this element on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your explanation. The Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. So may I therefore ask the committee to adopt draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole. So I see, yeah? Anybody raising hand? No. Yeah, I see no objection. So I therefore declare decision 16.com 8.A2 adopted as seen on the screens. Now, Estonia, the floor is now yours for 2 minutes, please. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. On behalf of Estonia, I celebrate this inscription of the dugout boat from the Soomaa region. It is a local identity marker safeguarding particular knowledge and skills. UNESCO lists may also serve to foster cooperation and sharing of ICH across the globe. Therefore, our northern dugout boat wishes excellent sailing for the southern Micronesian canoe just inscribed. We now share a greeting clip by the Soomaa community. Please play the video greeting.
So, thank you for inscription. It's great honor for dugout canoe community. Thank you. Aitäh.
On behalf of the Soomaa community, I would like to thank the UNESCO committee for accepting the Soomaa dugout boat culture in the list of intangible cultural heritage in urgent need of safeguard. It is an immense honor for our culture to be part of that list, and it gives us a great hope that our culture will live on. Thank you. And we like to thank Aivar Ruukal as well.
Hello, my name is Aivar Ruukal and I am one of the builders of dugout boats in Soomaa National Park. And it is a great news that finally our culture of building and using dugout boats in Soomaa National Park get listed into the UNESCO Intangible Heritage list. So especially glad I am because of the fact that now this status will help us to find younger men who will be interested to continue and build these boats. Thank you so much.
Yes, you saw how cold you're feeling. Anyway, they are making these boats, right? Congratulations. So thank you, Estonia. And now,
thank you.
Evaluation body, could you please introduce the next file, cultural practices and expressions linked to the mbolan, a traditional musical percussion instrument. It's a musical instrument. Draft decision 16.com 8.A.3 submitted by Mali. So, Chairperson, over to you, Luba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next file is cultural practices and expressions linked to the mbolon, traditional music percussion instrument, submitted by Mali. The mbolon is a musical instrument with a large calabash sound box covered with cowhide and a bow-shaped wooden neck with strings. The player often wears a bell-like device made of metal plates with small oval-shaped lobes to amplify the sound's vibrations. This device is fitted with small iron rings and attached to the player's hand using a pad with cords or an elastic band. The evaluation body considered that criteria U1, U4 and U5 are met, but that information provided is not sufficient to determine whether criteria U2 and U3 are satisfied. The information provided in the file concerning the urgent safeguarding of the element is inconsistent, making it difficult to assess the magnitude of the risk and the degree of urgency. In addition, the safeguarding plan doesn't address all the risks mentioned in criterion U2, such as drought, floods, the lack of resources, displacement, and the risk of converting the element into a commercial practice. Tourism is also identified as a safeguarding measure, but further clarification is needed on how the state party plans to manage the possible negative impacts of tourism and over-commercialization. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends that this nomination be referred to the submitting state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Luba. And for this nomination, an amendment has been submitted by Togo. Would Togo like to take the floor, please? Togo?
Oui. Oui. Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vous remercie de nous avoir donné la parole. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier le secrétariat, les organes d'évaluation pour les efforts consentis dans le cadre de l'examen de la candidature, des pratiques et d'expressions culturelles liées au mbolon, instrument de musique traditionnelle à percussion, pour son inscription sur la liste du patrimoine culturel immatériel nécessitant une sauvegarde urgente. Monsieur le Président, distingués membres du comité, l'objectif de notre amendement est de permettre d'inscrire le mbolon au cours de cette session même et pas reporter. Parce que nous considérons qu'il y a un certain nombre de faisceaux d'éléments qui militent en faveur de son inscription immédiate. D'ailleurs, l'amendement que nous proposons a été le fruit d'un alignement sur le texte de la décision sur les recommandations de l'organe d'évaluation. Les éléments qui manqueraient, nous en tenons compte dans un des volets de notre amendement. Et cet amendement se retrouve maintenant comme étant le fruit du consensus entre plusieurs personnes, plusieurs membres du comité, après des consultations. Et donc, Monsieur le Président, si vous permettez, pourquoi une sauvegarde du mbolon? C'est un instrument de musique traditionnelle qui met en scène toute la communauté et perpétue aussi le contact entre l'instrument lui-même, les joueurs, les chanteurs, les danseurs, les spectateurs. Il ressemble les communautés dans toutes leurs composantes, hommes, femmes, jeunes et enfants. Il fait intervenir les chasseurs, les éleveurs qui fournissent les peaux de bêtes, les cultivateurs pour les calebasses, etc., et des fabricants, etc. Il est utilisé dans les festivals, dans les cérémonies officielles. Comme on le voit, il appelle à lui tout seul un écosystème associant le règne humain, le règne animal et le règne végétal. Et nous sommes persuadés qu'en rythmant la vie des populations, il est véritablement un élément de patrimoine vivant qu'il convient de sauvegarder tout de suite sans attendre pour enrichir le patrimoine immatériel de l'humanité et pour les générations futures. Monsieur le Président, les facteurs qui appuient ou alors qui mettent en péril ce patrimoine ont été cités dans le document qui a été introduit par le Mali. Il est menacé de délaissement par la jeunesse. Il est menacé aussi par le vieillissement des pratiquants et des détenteurs du savoir-faire et du savoir tout court. Nous savons aussi qu'il y a un certain nombre de menaces environnementales qui pèsent sur cette pratique. Aussi, nous voulons, on ne va pas rentrer dans les détails, rassurer que des dispositions ont été prises pour que ce bien soit bien entretenu. Et nous pensons que nous devons inscrire ce bien et faire en sorte que tous les éléments qui manquent aujourd'hui dans le dossier puissent être pris en compte. On sait que les critères U1, U2 ne sont pas pleinement satisfaits, mais on peut toujours, est-ce que c'est à cause de ça qu'il faut laisser le bien dépérir davantage? On risque de ne plus rien avoir d'ici le prochain cycle. puisque le bien satisfait les critères U1, U4 et U5, nous pensons qu'il serait bien de prendre en compte l'ensemble des éléments que l'organe d'évaluation a justement indiqués, et nous voulons donc les prendre en compte pour apaiser les inquiétudes dans le projet d'amendement. Nous savons aussi que les autorités maliennes et l'ensemble de la population insistent beaucoup sur l'aspect humain. L'aspect touristique n'est qu'un élément du décor, mais véritablement, il s'agit de pratiques sociales qui doivent associer l'éducation, l'information, la sensibilisation et faire en sorte que cette pratique soit une pratique vivante et qui vienne enrichir, pour ainsi dire, l'ensemble des pratiques vivantes qui doivent être sauvegardées en urgence. Donc, les amendements, ils sont là, ils sont le fruit d'un consensus et nous sollicitons tous les pays, tous les membres du comité pour soutenir cet amendement de façon que le Mbolon puisse être inscrit maintenant. Et pour les rapports qui vont suivre, nous prendrons en compte tous les éléments qui ne sont pas tout de suite indiqués. Et vous lirez tout à l'heure dans l'amendement que nous sommes parfaitement alignés sur les demandes du comité d'évaluation. Voilà. Monsieur le Président, je reste disponible s'il y a d'autres questions. Je pourrais mettre sur certains aspects, mais pour faire très court, je pense solliciter l'appui de tous les membres du comité pour que ce instrument soit inscrit dès maintenant. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Togo. And it would have been nice if we heard that musical sounds from the Mali instrument, right? Anyway, there are other countries. Yeah, Côte d'Ivoire. Please, over to you, Côte d'Ivoire. The floor is open to you. Yeah, and over to you, Côte d'Ivoire, and followed by Morocco.
Merci,
and
Monsieur le
Djibouti.
Président, de donner la parole à la Côte d'Ivoire. Le Togo a fait le tour de la question, mais je voudrais insister pour dire que la Côte d'Ivoire soutient le Mali dans sa quête d'une inscription du Mbolo sur la liste du patrimoine culturel immatériel nécessitant une sauvegarde urgente. Instrument rythmique dont la confection des composantes, notamment calebasse, cordes torsadées, baguettes en bois, est enseignée dans les écoles d'art. Le Mbolo constitue assurément un élément d'éducation important au Mali. Des établissements prestigieux tels que le Conservatoire des arts et métiers multimédia Bala Faseke Kouyaté et l'Institut national des arts contribuent sans doute à sa promotion et à sa pérennisation en enseignant à ses étudiants son utilisation. Au centre des pratiques et expressions culturelles, cet instrument de musique traditionnelle à percussion est utilisé dans les spectacles officiels. Il est évident que les effets du changement climatique impactent négativement la disponibilité des intrants de ce noble instrument culturel, d'où la nécessité d'une sauvegarde urgente. Cependant, l'État du Mali, les collectivités territoriales, les communautés, les pratiquants et les associations de promotion du Mbolon s'efforcent à travers les services des eaux et forêts, d'élevage et d'agriculture de trouver des solutions alternatives en faisant des plantations d'arbres et en élevant des animaux dont les produits entrent dans la confection du Mbolon.
Attention, please, Côte d'Ivoire. Please, according to section 22.4, please ask the questions because not the explanations. All the others are waiting, okay? And thank you very much for your participation. Okay, go ahead. Ask the questions, please. Others also, please remember that. Okay, thank you very much.
Alors, je vais m'arrêter là, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for, and I will now invite Morocco, thinking of that rule 22.4, please go ahead with that. Thank you very much. Over to you, Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole. Je voulais tout simplement saluer ce qui a été dit par mon collègue du Togo et puis par ma collègue de Côte d'Ivoire, puisque lorsque je ai évidemment salué le travail extraordinaire fait par les organes d'évaluation, que je salue au passage, simplement pour dire que les éléments liés aux critères U2 et U3 qui ont été évoqués dans le projet de décision, je relève que les informations fournies dans le dossier ont été considérées comme incohérentes, mais je constate également que mon ami du Togo a donné les informations et les éclaircissements nécessaires pour que soit levée un peu cette réticence par rapport au critère U2. Et la même chose pour le critère U3, puisqu'on lit aussi qu'il convient de préciser de façon plus approfondie la manière dont l'État partie prévoit de gérer les éventuels impacts négatifs du tourisme et de la commercialisation excessive. Je pense que ces deux éléments, puisque le Moulon satisfait aux critères U1, U4 et U5, et puis les U2, U3, je pense que vu les éléments d'information fournis, je pense qu'il est tout à fait possible de lever cette contrainte et d'inscrire cet élément, puisque les éléments ont été clairement fournis par rapport à ces deux critères. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, et je vous remercie de votre attention.
Yes, thank you very much for all that. And now, I think we have to adopt. I think, yes, he has asked a question from Mali. Over to you, Mali, to answer that. All right. Any answer from Mali? No. Then please, over to Djibouti. You are ready. Over to you. The floor is over to you, Djibouti. Please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je ne vais pas être long. C'est seulement pour dire, nous remercions le comité d'évaluation. Monsieur le Président, nous voulons remercier le Togo qui a pris le lead sur ce draft amendment. Nous sommes coparents, nous soutenons la proposition faite par le Togo, par la Côte d'Ivoire et par notre collègue du Maroc. Nous pensons qu'après les négociations et les discussions entre tous les groupes, que nous sommes prêts à pouvoir inscrire l'Ombolan sur la liste. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Djibouti. Now I would like to invite Kazakhstan. Over to you, Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question, can we make, we would like to support the draft amendment. Can I speak about this, or you want me only to ask questions? Then I can wait.
Yeah, please only ask questions now. Okay, please only ask questions.
Then I will reserve your time for my statement a bit later. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, now I would like to ask Japan to open the floor. Please, Japan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be very short. We also support the inscription of this particular file. And if there's any question, the safeguarding measures that, the evaluation body found that those safeguarding measures may not address all the risks, thinkable under the circumstance. But nevertheless, I think the safeguard measures are quite wide-ranging, and this involves in human resources development aspect as well. So the question here is, how does the state party Mali wishes to develop this human resources aspect in the safeguarding measures? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Japan, and thank you very much all the delegates who had participated and given their comments. And therefore, I would like to, I believe we are now ready to move to the adoption of the decision. Mali? Yeah, if Mali is ready, there are 2 questions to Mali. If Mali is ready, floor is open to Mali before I go forward. I think they have some technical problem. May I then proceed? May I go forward? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Rwanda requested the floor for a while now. Can I, Mr. President?
Yes, please come, take over that, yes.
Oh, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Permettez-moi de parler en français, puisque parlant d'un sujet regardant un pays francophone. Monsieur le Président, pour répondre, pour faire honneur à votre générosité, je vais aller très très vite. Le Rwanda souhaite remercier le Togo pour avoir présenté un amendement qui tient compte des observations et des réserves du comité d'évaluation que nous remercions beaucoup. Le Rwanda souhaite exprimer son soutien pour l'amendement et s'aligne au statement, aux déclarations faites par les distingués collègues de Côte d'Ivoire, de Djibouti et du Maroc. Je vous remercie beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comments. And now I would like to invite Saudi Arabia. Over to you, Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I seem to take the floor before my colleagues who requested the floor, but I'll just be quick. We support the amendment and proposed by our colleagues Togo, and we'd like to see the cited paragraphs. Thank you.
Yes. I think now I can see 2 countries, Kuwait followed by Azerbaijan. I will open the floor to Kuwait. Kuwait, over to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would also like to support the amendment as proposed by Togo. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Within 4 seconds, she had commented. Okay, and next, Azerbaijan. Over to you, Azerbaijan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Azerbaijan also joins the distinguished previous speakers and would like support the draft amendments proposed by Togo. And using this opportunity, would like to thank the State Party of Mali for submitting this nomination file. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think now Cameron is also ready. So the floor is open to you, Cameron. Over to you. Botswana.
Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole. Le Cameroun souhaite se joindre au Togo, à la Côte d'Ivoire et toutes les délégations qui ont apporté leur soutien pour l'inscription de cet instrument présenté par le Mali sur la liste du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I will open to Botswana. Botswana. Over to you, Botswana, for your comments. Yes. Excuse me. Okay, I think then I will invite Jamaica. Botswana is not ready, therefore, Jamaica, over to you, Jamaica.
Sir, can't hear.
Cannot hear you, Dr. Nigas.
I think Mali wants to ask the questions. Yeah, they have some kind of net problem. Anyway, Mali, over to you to answer those questions. Mali, over to you, Mali.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, excusez-moi, je vais intervenir uniquement par la photo. Apparemment, nos experts à la capitale ont quelques difficultés techniques pour répondre, pour prendre la parole tout de suite. Si vous me permettez, donc, je vais apporter un certain...
Go ahead. Please go ahead, no problem.
Je vais... Merci bien, Monsieur le Président. Donc, on va essayer d'apporter un certain nombre de questions, de réponses par rapport aux questions qui ont été posées. Tout d'abord, Monsieur le Président, nous souhaitons déjà remercier les membres du comité qui appuient ce projet d'amendement. Monsieur le Président, par rapport aux questions relatives aux ressources humaines, nous voudrons souligner que l'État, les collectivités territoriales, les communautés, les pratiquants et les associations de promotion même du bolon s'efforcent à travers les services des eaux et forêts et d'élevage, d'agriculture de trouver des solutions alternatives en faisant des plantations d'arbres, comme ça a été dit par le Togo, et élevant des animaux dont les produits rentrent dans la confection de cet élément. Cependant, cette dynamique doit être soutenue par un programme homogène permettant aux populations locales elles-mêmes, tout en préservant leur patrimoine, de pouvoir tirer profit du renforcement du couvert végétal, d'autant plus qu'il s'agit des zones où l'agriculture demeure une activité vitale de premier degré. Pour ce qui concerne également le vieillissement des pratiquants, l'État du Mali, les collectivités territoriales, les communautés, les pratiquants et les associations de promotion du bolon organisent des campagnes de sensibilisation, des festivals et des manifestations de réjouissance populaire folklorique pour sauvegarder l'instrument. Le Comité national de sélection et de proclamation des trésors humains vivants envisage d'ailleurs très prochainement de proclamer certains détenteurs des savoirs et savoir-faire traditionnels liés au bolon comme trésors humains vivants en vue de renforcer la transmission aux générations montantes. Enfin, pour circonscrire les différentes menaces auxquelles le bolon est confronté, le gouvernement du Mali, plus les communautés, bien sûr avec les communautés locales, les collectivités territoriales et les acteurs non gouvernementaux, sont en train de mettre en place un vaste programme d'information, de sensibilisation, d'éducation et de communication sur les pratiques et expressions liées au bolon. La tenue régulière d'un festival du bolon par l'implication des jeunes garçons et filles, la création d'un centre d'apprentissage de l'instrument, la recherche et la documentation, la production des films documentaires sur le bolon sont également au cœur de ce programme. Voilà quelques éléments que je pouvais apporter très rapidement par rapport aux interrogations des membres du comité. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that explanation. Now I would like to open the floor to Kazakhstan. Over to you, Kazakhstan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My delegation would like to support the draft amendment and join to the list of co-sponsors of this amendment. We would like also to commend the evaluation body for its thorough consideration of the nomination submitted by Mali. The bolon is a rhythmic instrument whose components, calabash, wood of various species, skins of animals and wooden stick and bamboo are made with plant essence and animal products. The effects of climate change impacts on the availability of these animal and species. We know that it is not easy nowadays to respond to opposite demands from ecologists, forestry agencies, animal protection, and combine it into safeguarding one intangible heritage element. In our understanding, this is the major concern of the country. We need to say that state party designed and already implements activities which will assist safeguarding of this element. I need to mention that in my country, we also have similar problems in safeguarding the traditional musical instruments, because the technology used throughout centuries in nowadays may come in conflict with other regulations. what then we shall do? Simply wait for its disappearing? Then what would be the way out for other countries? The government of Mali is trying to find the optimal way how to move forward in safeguarding the unique part of global cultural treasure, and to train and educate the younger artisans and artists. We strongly believe that they need support from our distinguished committee members. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kazakhstan, for your comments. And now I would like to invite the floor to Jamaica. Over to you, Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wish to indicate Jamaica's support for the nomination put forward and the amendments put forward by Togo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Botswana. Botswana, over to you. Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Botswana too supports the draft amendment submitted by Togo, and the supplementary information provided by Mali should make it easier for us to accept its inscription. So we therefore support its inscription. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now Netherlands is also in the floor. So Netherlands, the floor is over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our delegation would also like to support the draft amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all the members who have participated actively. Now, I believe we are now ready to move to the adoption of the decision. Draft decision on the screen now. Yes, I would like to propose that we adopt the decision paragraph by paragraph. Can we consider paragraph 1 adopted? Yes. Yeah, just before I can see some hand from China, I think. We'll allow China to give their ideas and then come back to this. Please, China, over to you, China.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt you to go further to the draft decision. I'll be very brief. We would like to join the other committee members to support the amendment on this nomination by Mali, having listened to the explanation by the submitting committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, China. Now then I will proceed in adopting. So can we consider paragraph 1 adopted? Yes, it is adopted. And now let us now move to criterion U1. Can we adopt it? Yes, adopted. Criterion U4, there is no proposed amendment and no objections. Yep. Okay? Right, no objection, right? So I adopt that. Criterion U5 has not been amended. Could we adopt it as shown on the screens? Yes, adopted. Now moving to paragraph 3 and criterion U2, there has been an amendment here from Togo. Yeah, there is an amendment here from Togo. Do we have any objection? Any objections? No. Okay, I adopt it. Criterion U3 with an amendment by Togo. Any objection for that also? Criterion U3? Okay, adopted. No objection. Now returning to paragraph 3, which has been, yeah, okay. Returning to paragraph 3, which has been amended by Togo. Now it is on the screen. Okay, right. Can we adopt it as the whole? Paragraph 3? Okay, yes, adopted. Now, could we adopt paragraph 4 as amended? Paragraph 3 we have already adopted. Now we go to paragraph 4. No, 4. Yeah. What? Chapeau 3. Chapeau?
Yeah, because U3 now full 3. We did U3.
Oh.
Now you have to go to 3. Look, you have U3, U2, U3. Then
Ah.
go up to 3. Top.
After 3. Again?
You have to start.
I think the floor, Morocco needs the floor. So
Oui, rapidement, Monsieur le
please,
Président, je ne vais pas
Morocco.
tarder, c'est juste pour voir figurer le nom du Maroc sur ceux qui soutiennent les amendements sur le U2 et aux côtés des autres pays qui se sont exprimés sur le U2 et sur le U3. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. I think, Mr. Curtis, you want to say something? Yep, yep.
Just to remind states that all of those who expressed earlier during the general debates their support for the amendment, it will be reflected in the summary records. We will have captured it. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you. Yeah, now returning to paragraph 3, which has been amended by Togo, can we adopt it as a whole? Yes. Could you adopt paragraph 4 as amended? Paragraph 4. Yes. Now we are in paragraph 4. Any objections? I see no objections. So I adopt it. Adopted. As there is no amendment, yeah, I think I would like to adopt as a decision whole on paragraph 4.
Sorry, there's a new paragraph 5. There's a new paragraph 5. It's not here. There's a new paragraph.
Yeah, I think I can see a new paragraph. 5. Yes. Yeah, please, paragraph 4, just go through it.
Request the state party to submit within 4 years of inscription biannual reports on the results of the measures taken to ensure the safeguarding of the element, and encourages the state party to focus its efforts in the implementation of the proposed measures, mainly on the safeguarding and promotion of the social and cultural values of the element. This is the new proposed paragraph 5. Thank you.
Thank you. I think yes, as explained about the paragraph 5, I would like to adopt paragraph 5 as a whole. Yeah, I think as there is no amendment on other remaining paragraphs, would the committee be ready to directly adopt the entire decision as a whole?
Est disposé à adopter la décision dans son ensemble.
I therefore declare decision 16.8.A3 adopted as seen on the screens. Yeah, I think Mali, The floor is now yours for 2 minutes, please. Over to you, Mali.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous féliciter vivement pour la manière appréciable avec laquelle vous êtes en train de conduire les travaux de cette 16e session du comité. Monsieur le Président, par ces mots, le Mali voudrait remercier les membres du comité pour leur soutien précieux ayant permis aujourd'hui l'inscription du Bolon sur la liste du patrimoine culturel immatériel nécessitant une sauvegarde urgente. Nos sincères reconnaissances vont à tous ceux qui ont été co-auteurs du projet d'amendement et plus particulièrement à l'endroit de la délégation permanente du Togo qui, avec un professionnalisme sans faille, a bien voulu porter le dossier en sa qualité de membre du comité. Soyez assurés de notre pleine gratitude. Nous voudrions également remercier les secrétariats, les organes d'évaluation et les experts pour les efforts abattus et les appuis qui ont permis de prendre en compte les nouveaux amendements qui ont été soumis. Les pratiques et expressions culturelles liées au Bolon constituent le garant d'une certaine cohésion sociale au Mali. Elles perpétuent, comme cela a été dit ici, le contact entre l'instrument, les joueurs, les communautés et la jeunesse. En inscrivant aujourd'hui cet instrument, le Comité intergouvernemental de sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel pose indiscutablement une barrière importante contre les menaces relatives à sa disparition. Monsieur le Président, chers membres du comité, dans le cadre de cette convention 2003, notre pays, le Mali, dispose déjà de 8 biens inscrits, dont 2 sur la liste du patrimoine immatériel nécessitant une sauvegarde urgente. Fort donc de notre modeste expérience, nous continuerons à déployer nos efforts conformément aux termes et recommandations de cette décision 16.com 8.A.3. Enfin, je voudrais rejoindre l'honorable délégué du Togo et vous confirmer, chers membres du comité, qu'en répondant favorablement à notre requête, vous contribuez sans nul doute à sauver une pratique, un savoir-faire, un élément immatériel supplémentaire, combien important pour nos communautés locales, pour notre pays et au-delà pour l'Afrique et pour l'humanité. Monsieur le Président, ce sera avec un grand plaisir que nous ferons jouer cet instrument pendant une prochaine session du comité. Je vous remercie et je vous souhaite à toutes et à tous une excellente session. Merci.
Yes, thank you so much, Mali. And dear members of the committee, we have completed the examination of item 8A. So before we move on to 8B, I think it's better to get a small break for about 10 or maximum 11 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes break. So we'll come back after 10 or 11 minutes. Okay, thank you very much.
In the early days of world culture, a unique society equipped with customs, manners, and a lifestyle of their own, inhabiting a little island in the Indian Ocean, was experiencing their golden era. Along with the arrival of Buddhism, the first stupa in Sri Lanka was built in the 3rd century BC. The remains confirm that a roof supported by 176 stone pillars sheltered Thuparama, which majestically exists with a height of about 19 meters. Mirisavatia is another important stupa in the Anuradhapura kingdom. This stupa of about 49 meters was renovated recently. It is said that in this stupa, constructed by King Tutugamanu in the 2nd century BC, his royal scepter is enshrined. Lowa Mahapaya, this 9-storied mansion of the 2nd century BC, was gutted by a fire during the reign of King Saddhatissa. Today, what we can see are the 1,600 stone pillars of the ground floor of the building constructed in the 12th century. Ruan Valley Stupa, which receives the adoration of the Buddhists, is a construction by King Tutugamanu. Back then, it was about 73 meters high, but at a later renovation, it was about 59 meters tall. Its golden pinnacle, with the crest gem at its top, is about 8 meters in height. Comparatively assessed, this pinnacle is slightly taller than a modern two-storied building. Abhayagiriya was built by King Vattagamini Abhaya in the 5th century BC. According to ancient Chinese Buddhist pilgrim monk Fa Xian, this stupa was about 122 meters tall. This stupa is now being restored at an accelerated speed with the commitment of thousands of devotees. 4 large ponds have been constructed around this stupa. It is believed that sacred Mahayana Dhamma relics are enshrined here. Jetavana Stupa, that has now been restored, was built by King Mahasen, a prestigious monarch of the Anuradhapura kingdom. This enters into world history as the tallest brick monument. It is believed that the Buddha's sacred belt is enshrined here. The upper cubic structure of this stupa is about 15 meters tall. The image house of Jetavanaramaya can be characterized as a unique image house in the Anuradhapura period. Arrangements have been made to enter this image house through an unusually tall doorway to emphasize its immense height. This image house is located to the north of Jetavanarama Stupa. Only the lotus pedestal of the image and the enshrining chamber remain today. The tranquil image, Samadhi Buddha, of the 5th century can be considered the climactic moment of the creative talent of the Sri Lankan artist. A smooth surface has been given to this image, sculptured out of granite. Besides, many seated Buddha images of the Anuradhapura period have also been discovered. The moonstone of the building, described as Mahasen Palace, is a structure that remains unaffected by any vicissitude, withstanding the challenges of environmental influences and enemy actions. In consequence, its artistic refinements can be very well examined. This moonstone expresses eloquently how the Sri Lankan artist has imposed a smooth surface upon the hard and rough stone. Abhayagiriya. Of the ancient refectories remaining today, the best preserved is the refectory of Abhayagiriya. Here you can see a rice container, a stone boat and a curry container that remain intact even today. In their capacity, they are sufficient to serve about 5,000 monks. This eloquently reflects the religious awakening that flourished during that period. When we consider that one refectory alone could maintain 5,000 monks, how affluent the rulers were at that time. When we see the great prosperity of the kings, one can appreciate how prosperous and happy the kingdom was at that time. These 2 ponds at Abhayagiri Monastery take a square format, as they exist close to each other. The complex is described as Kuttam Pokuna, the twin ponds. The smaller of the 2 ponds is artistically more refined. This seems older than the other. The special feature is that water reaches these ponds after they have been properly filtered. This looks more like a well than a pond, since its surface configuration is that of a key. It is identified as Key Pond or Yatarupokuna. Of all the ponds in Anuradhapura, The elephant pond is outstanding. It is 150 meters long and 50 meters wide. This is fed by the waters of Periyamkulam tank. This is built to fill up when the tanks overflow. The immortal force that unable to exist, preserving the identity as a unique nation over a span of thousands of years, nourished by spiritual, religious and cultural values, is this proud, timeless glory. In the early days of world culture, a unique society equipped with customs, manners and a lifestyle of their own, inhabiting a little island in the Indian Ocean, was experiencing their golden era. Along with the arrival of Buddhism, the first stupa in Sri Lanka was built in the 3rd century BC. The remains confirm that a roof supported by 176 stone pillars sheltered Thuparama, which majestically exists with a height of about 19 meters. Mirisavatia is another important stupa in the Anuradhapura kingdom. This stupa of about 49 meters was renovated recently. It is said that in this stupa, constructed by King Dutugamanu in the 2nd century BC, his royal scepter is enshrined. Lower Mahapaya, this 9-storied mansion of the 2nd century BC was gutted by a fire during the reign of King Saddhatissa. Today, what we can see are the 1,600 stone pillars of the ground floor of the building constructed in the 12th century. Ruan Valley Stupa, which receives the adoration of the Buddhists, is a construction by King Dutugamanu. Back then, it was about 73 meters high, but at a later renovation, it was about 59 meters tall. Its golden pinnacle, with the crest gem at its top, is about 8 meters in height. Comparatively assessed, this pinnacle is slightly taller than a modern 2-storied building. Abhayagiriya was built by King Vattagamini Abhaya in the 5th century BC. According to ancient Chinese Buddhist pilgrim monk Fa Xian, this stupa was about 122 meters tall. This stupa is now being restored at an accelerated speed with the commitment of thousands of devotees. 4 large ponds have been constructed around this stupa. It is believed that sacred Mahayana Dhamma relics are enshrined here. Jetavana Stupa, that has now been restored, was built by King Mahasen, a prestigious monarch of the Anuradhapura kingdom. This enters into world history as the tallest brick monument. It is believed that the Buddha's sacred belt is enshrined here. The upper cubic structure of this stupa is about 15 meters tall. The image house of Jetavanaramaya can be characterized as a unique image house in the Anuradhapura period. Arrangements have been made to enter this image house through an unusually tall doorway to emphasize its immense height. This image house is located to the north of Jetavanarama Stupa. Only the lotus pedestal of the image and the enshrining chamber remain today. The tranquil image, Samadhi Buddha, of the 5th century can be considered the climactic moment of the creative talent of the Sri Lankan artist. A smooth surface has been given to this image, sculptured out of granite. Beside, many seated Buddha images of the Anuradhapura period have also been discovered. The moonstone of the building, described as Mahasen Palace, is a structure that remains unaffected by any vicissitude, withstanding the challenges of environmental influences and enemy actions. In consequence, its artistic refinements can be very well examined. This moonstone expresses eloquently how the Sri Lankan artist has imposed a smooth surface upon the hard and rough stone. Abhayagiriya. Of the ancient refectories remaining today, the best preserved is the refectory of Abhayagiriya. Here you can see a rice container, a stone boat and a curry container that remain intact even today. In their capacity, they are sufficient to serve about 5,000 monks. This eloquently reflects the religious awakening that flourished during that period. When we consider that one refectory alone could maintain 5,000 monks, how affluent the rulers were at that time. When we see the great prosperity of the kings, one can appreciate how prosperous and happy the kingdom was at that time. These two ponds at Abhayagiri Monastery take a square format, as they exist close to each other. The complex is described as Kuttam Pokuna, the twin ponds. The smaller of the two ponds is artistically more refined. This seems older than the other. The special feature is that water reaches these ponds after they have been properly filtered. This looks more like a well than a pond, since its surface configuration is that of a key. It is identified as Key Pond or Yaturupokuna. Of all the ponds in Anuradhapura, the Elephant Pond is outstanding. It is 150 meters long and 50 meters wide. This is fed by the waters of Periyamkulam tank. This is built to fill up when the tanks overflow. The immortal force that enabled to exist, preserving the identity as a unique nation over a span of thousands of years, nourished by spiritual, religious and cultural values, is this proud, timeless glory. In the early days of world culture, a unique society equipped with customs, manners and a lifestyle of their own, inhabiting a little island in the Indian Ocean, was experiencing their golden era. Along with the arrival of Buddhism, the first stupa in Sri Lanka was built in the 3rd century BC. The remains confirm that a roof supported by 176 stone pillars sheltered Thuparama, which majestically exists with a height of about 19 meters. Mirisavatia is another important stupa in the Anuradhapura kingdom. This stupa of about 49 meters was renovated recently. It is said that in this stupa, constructed by King Tutugamanu in the 2nd century BC, his royal scepter is enshrined. Lower Mahapaya, this 9-storied mansion of the 2nd century BC, was gutted by a fire during the reign of King Saddatisa.
Yes. Let us now move to the next sub-item 8B. That is examination of nominations for inscription on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. The Secretariat has informed me that Yemen, Armenia, Cameroon, Ethiopia, and Jamaica withdraw their file. So they are no longer for us to examine. This means that 43 nominations remain to be examined under this item, 43. So before starting the examination of the nominations, it is important that we remember the criteria that must guide our decisions today for the nominations for possible inscriptions on the representative list. Can you see them on the screen, please? Yeah, it's on the screen now. So I will not read them out, but let me point out again that the submitting state party is requested to demonstrate that the nominated elements satisfied all of these criteria. So they must be ready now. They should be ready. Yes, you can see on the screen from 1 to 5. So I will not read that. Yes. Yes. Now let us now move to the examination of the individual files. So I will I think I will now give the floor to the representative of the evaluation body so that the findings of the body on the next nomination can be presented to the committee. So the evaluation next body is 8.B.14. Falcony, a living human heritage. That's the one.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, the rapporteur is Mr. Nigel. Yes, he will present it, okay? Yes, over to you, Mr. Nigel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next file is a multinational nomination, Falconry, a living human heritage, submitted by the United Arab Emirates, Austria, Belgium, Croatia, Czechia, France, Germany, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Kazakhstan, Republic of Korea, Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia, Morocco, Netherlands, Pakistan, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Slovakia, Spain, and Syrian Arab Republic. This nomination is for inscription on an extended basis for the third time to now include 6 states, namely Croatia, Ireland, Kyrgyzstan, Netherlands, Poland, and Slovakia. Falconry is the traditional art and practice of training and flying falcons, and sometimes eagles, hawks, buzzards, and other birds of prey. Originally a means of obtaining food, falconry has acquired other values over time and has been integrated into communities as a social and recreational practice and as a way of connecting with nature. The evaluation body considers that the nomination meets all 5 criteria, and in particular appreciated the preparation of a file, which is a good example of international cooperation of the state parties, as well as communities, groups, and individuals concerned. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of this element on the representative list.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this detailed explanation of the different issues raised during the evaluation of this file. Now I go to option 1 without debate. The Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole. Yes, I think I see no objection. I therefore declare decision 16.com 8.b adopted as seen on the screen. Also, I think one describing the element for all the countries mentioned earlier, 3.3. Then a second, focusing on bearers from countries joining the nomination, thanking UNESCO. Yeah. I think Croatia is asking for the floor. Open to you, Croatia. And stick to 1 minute, please.
On the behalf of the Croatia and the Ministry of Culture, Republic of Croatia, I would like to express gratitude of the nomination of falconry. This event for us, all of us, means joining to the effort of the international community in safeguarding of the unique intangible cultural heritage element. Although Croatia is already a member of International Association for Falconry and Conservation of Birds of Prey, it's a great privilege and responsibility to be able to expand our cooperation and develop the safeguarding measures which could help in securing the future of falconry heritage and enhancing cultural dialogue among various cultures where element is present. With warm regards to all of the participants of this ICH UNESCO meeting, we wish you fruitful work and safe and successful movement forward. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think now, yes, I think, yes, Syria is on the floor. Please, Syria, over to you. Take 1 minute, please.
Oui. Merci, Monsieur le Président. À notre tour, nous félicitons au nom de la République arabe syrienne de l'inscription renouvelée donc, de cet élément, la fauconnerie, un patrimoine humain vivant, et nous soutenons donc l'esprit de la coopération internationale qui régit l'évolution de cet élément à travers son inscription unanime et universelle à travers le monde. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yeah, I think there's a video. Please move forward that and play the video.
Falconry has trained birds of prey since the dawn of time. Practiced with dedication in every region of the world where natural conditions allow, falconry has been passed on from generation to generation over the millennia. We don't know what prompted our ancestors to train a bird of prey. Was it to catch food, or was it the fascination of establishing such a close and intimate link with the top predator? These ancient skills are not easily learned. They require hands-on teaching, years of practice, and a good tutor. In Middle East culture, you only have to look at the importance of falconry to ruling families to appreciate how important it is to Arab society. All falconry communities have introduced measures to safeguard their falconry heritage. Held annually, the Abu Dhabi International Hunting and Equestrian Exhibition highlights falconry as one of the activities that dominates its life in the region. In the Netherlands and some other European countries, falconers fly birds that are specially bred in order to protect the nests of wild birds of prey. Falconry is also learned through mentoring, in family groups or in clubs. It requires years of practice to know how to handle and fly the bird. Falconers are also concerned to protect the natural environment and variety of habitats in which they fly their birds. Many communities organize national and international field meetings to share their experiences and celebrate the diversity of falconry practice. Falconers are often involved in raising awareness of their heritage through displaying falcons in schools and community events.
Hvala vam za stavljanje hrvatskog sokolarstva na UNESCO-vu reprezentativnu listu nematerijalne svjetske kulturne baštine čovječanstva. Dobro sokolarenje.
Gorov ma agat as falcúnach na hÉireann a chóir le liste ionadaíoch UNESCO de iireacht cultúrtha déine dul sé an cinenne déine.
Kırgız Münüşkörçülüğün UNESCO'nun adamzattın beyzattık madani muraslarının reprezentatiflik tizmesine koşkonunuz için rahatsızlık bildireriz. Münüşkörlörgө ısık salam aytam.
Hartelijk dank voor het inschrijven van de Nederlandse valkerij op de representatieve lijst van immaterieel cultureel erfgoed van de mensheid.
Dziękujemy za dodanie polskiego sokolnictwa na reprezentatywną listę niematerialnego dziedzictwa kulturowego UNESCO. Chwaľčvík.
Ďakujeme za zaradenie slovenského sokoliarstva na svetový zoznam nehmotného kultúrneho dedičstva UNESCO. Sokoliarstvu zdar!
We falconers of the world are happy that another 6 nations joined the inscription Falconer a Living Heritage. That is our proud to represent 24 falconers nations of many cultures united by one passion. Thank you.
Yes, we saw that falconry, a living human heritage. Beautiful. Now, I will now give the floor to the representative of the evaluation body so that the findings of the body on the next nomination can be presented to the committee. That is Arabic calligraphy, knowledge, skills, and practices. And presented by submitting state Saudi Arabia, Algeria, Bahrain, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Mauritania, Morocco, Oman, Palestine, Sudan, Tunisia, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. Altogether, submitted states, Arabic calligraphy. So I invite the delegation or yes, okay, she's there. Yeah, I didn't see you. Okay, over to you, Luba. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Arabic calligraphy is the artistic practice of handwriting Arabic script fluidly to convey harmony, grace, and beauty. The element serves as a symbol of Arab Muslim identity and for transmitting religious culture and values, and thus has an educational function. The evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria. The file demonstrates the support of each state party to the safeguarding of the element. Similarly, the communities and individuals concerned are involved in a continuous collective effort. The file represents a good example of international cooperation in line with the spirit of the Convention 2003. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the Arabic calligraphy, knowledge, skills and practices on the representative list. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Luba. And the Bureau did not receive any request for debates or amendment for this file. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole. Yeah, I think I see no objection, so I very happily I want to adopt that. I adopt it. Yes. And now I would like to invite Saudi Arabia for her to give her comments and explanation. Please, over to you, Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On behalf of Saudi Arabia, Algeria, Bahrain, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Mauritania, Morocco, Oman, Palestine, Sudan, Tunisia, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen, we are extremely delighted for the inscription of Arabic calligraphy, knowledge, skills, and practices on the representative list of the Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the committee and the evaluation body for their support and for their endorsement of the file as, quote unquote, an excellent example of cooperation among several countries in the preparation of a nomination file. Arabic calligraphy is a symbol of Arab identity, and this nomination multinational collaboration between Arab states that was led by Saudi Arabia is a great testimony to the regional sense of responsibility for the safeguarding of Arabic calligraphy through multiple initiatives, one of which the Year of Arabic Calligraphy, an initiative that increases awareness for Arabic calligraphy and supports the element's practitioners through various programs. Arabic calligraphy has contributed and still does to the transmission of cultures and Islamic texts throughout history, and this international recognition brings a sense of pride to its practitioners and will encourage the continuous transmission of this practice even further. Looking ahead, we are committed to realize the potential of our Arabic shared heritage, and the Arabic calligraphy is a great starting point for more elements to come. Finally, we would like to take this opportunity to welcome other states parties to join this marvelous file in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. It's a great, great thing. We are also very, very happy. And therefore, I will now give the floor to the representative of the evaluation body so that the findings of the body on the next nomination can be presented to the committee. Yes. I think now the next item is from Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Nordic clinker board traditions. Over to you, Zuba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next file is the multinational nomination Nordic clinker board traditions, submitted by Denmark, including the Faroe Islands, Finland, including Åland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden. Nordic clinker boats are small, open wooden boats using thin planks fastened in an overlapping manner to the backbone of the keel and stems using metal rivets, tree nails, and rope. They were traditionally used for fishing and to transport materials and people. Nowadays, they are primarily used in traditional festivities, regattas, and sporting events. The evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria and highly appreciated collaboration in the preparation of the file that serves as a good example of a multinational nomination for an element of living heritage that is practiced widely across society, including among indigenous people and minority groups. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of Nordic clinker boat traditions on the representative list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luba. Now I will give the, the Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendments for the file. So therefore, may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision on this file as shown on the screen as a whole. This one. Yes, I think I see no objection. So I therefore declare decision 16.com 8.b adopted as seen on the screens. I think there is a video for that. Let us, from the Ambassador of Norway, on behalf of the Nordic states parties, please, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Denmark, including the Faroe Islands, Finland, including Åland, Iceland, Sweden, and Norway, I would like to thank the committee for inscribing the Nordic Linkerbo tradition on the list. I would also like to express our gratitude to the evaluation body for recommending the inscription. The Nordic region has a long maritime tradition. It is a region surrounded by the sea, by coastlines, with lakes and rivers. The sea, lakes, and rivers have provided the livelihoods of generations, and almost since time immemorial, people in the Nordic region have used clinker boats. The boats have been used for fishing, for work, transport, festivities, and leisure. And this tradition continues today. The present multinational nomination, coordinated by Norway, encompasses the whole Nordic region, including the Sami indigenous people and other national minorities. It is the result of strong commitment of the communities and tradition bearers, who over many years have worked tirelessly to disseminate and transmit the traditions. I would like to express my gratitude to the communities and the tradition bearers for their dedication and commitment. Working on the nomination has led to a deeper appreciation of the complexities of the traditions for all parties concerned. In the spirit of the convention, Mr. Chair, I would ask your permission to show a video greeting from a representative of the tradition bearers. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Asgeir Svendsen. I'm a president in Forbundet Kysten, the Norwegian Federation for the Use and Preservation of Historical Vessels, Cultural Culture and Maritime Heritage, who took the initiative 7 years ago for this nomination and has since led this joint Nordic work on an NGO level. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the tradition bearers and communities involved in the submitting states, Denmark, Faroe Islands, Finland, Åland, Iceland, Sweden and Norway, I would like to thank the committee and evaluation body for inscribing the Nordic clinkerboat traditions on the list. For us, this inscription is invaluable. It's an important part of the work to carry on the Nordic clinkerboat traditions. These boats have been vital tools for people in the Nordic region for more than 2,000 years. With them we have transported animals, equipment, food, medicine and each other. They have brought the Nordic region out into the world and the world back to the Nordic region. These boat building traditions are still practiced and represent living maritime heritage in the Nordic region. The fact that clinkerboat tradition now is inscribed on UNESCO's representative list of the Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity is not only a tribute to those who have built and are building the boats, but also a tribute to the Nordic maritime history. We are grateful that UNESCO prioritizes and values intangible cultural heritage so that we can teach each other about ourselves and continue to learn about others. Our hope is that with this inscription we can make further contact with other communities and tradition bearers who work with the safeguarding the knowledge related to small traditional boats and coastal culture in other parts of the world. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. And now I would like to welcome the Director General of UNESCO, Ms. Audrey Azoulay. So give a round of applause to her for her great work. Yeah, yes, thank you very much, madam. You are welcome here, yes. And now let me go to 8B8. That is Congress Rumba by Democratic Republic of the Congo and Congo. And here there will be a video played after inscription. So now I invite Luba over to you, Luba. Yes, for your explanation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next file is the multinational nomination, Congolese rumba, submitted by the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Congo. Congolese rumba is a musical genre and dance that is a multicultural form of expression used for celebration and mourning in private, public, and religious spaces. It is performed by professional and amateur orchestras, choirs, dancers, and individual musicians, while women have played a predominant role in developing religious and romantic styles. The evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria and particularly appreciated a well-prepared file, which demonstrates the solidarity and collaboration of the states parties. The cross-border nature of the element will contribute to increased dialogue while strengthening diversity and human creativity, also reflected in the proposed safeguarding measures. These were prepared with the participation of practitioners in both countries. Free, prior, and informed consent was well established in this file. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of Congolese rumba on the representative list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt draft decision on this file as shown on the screen as a whole? Yes, I think I see no objection. I therefore declare decision 16.com 8.b adopted as seen on the screens. Yeah. Now, let us see the video. Watch the video. Please go ahead with the video now.
L'inscription de la rumba congolaise sur la liste représentative des patrimoines culturels immatériels de l'humanité est un événement majeur dans l'histoire de la culture et des arts des deux Congos. Cet honneur réjaillit sur tous les professionnels de la culture congolaise à travers le monde, ainsi qu'à tous les artistes. Pour nous, l'essentiel commence ici en termes de politiques culturelles novatrices et de promotion des industries culturelles et créatives. Nos remerciements s'adressent aux experts de deux Congos, mais aussi aux responsables et membres du bureau de l'UNESCO en Afrique centrale, avec une mention spéciale à Madame la directrice générale de l'UNESCO et à tous les organes techniques pour leur accompagnement professionnel et efficace.
Le gouvernement de la République du Congo adresse ses compliments à l'endroit de la communauté internationale, notamment à la représentation africaine à l'UNESCO, au secrétariat de la Convention 2003, à l'organe d'évaluation et à la directrice générale de l'UNESCO pour l'inscription sur la liste représentative du patrimoine culturel immatériel de l'humanité de la rumba congolaise, genre musical et cocktail des danses populaires, né sur les deux rives du fleuve Congo, dans les villes siamoises de Léopoldville, actuelle Kinshasa et de Brazzaville.
Yeah, I think congratulations for that, and give a round of applause to that. Yes. Yes. I think next submitting nomination is Grand Festival of Tarija. I'm submitting state of Bolivia. Therefore, I will now give the floor to the representative of the evaluation body so that the findings of the body on the next nomination can be presented to the committee. So over to you, Luba. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Grand Festival of Tarija takes place in the city of Tarija in the southeast of Bolivia. Celebrated every year in August and September, it involves devotional processions, music festivals, competitions, and fireworks dedicated to Saint Roch. In addition to its religious aspects, it is an important marker of the annual agricultural production cycle, as it signals the end of the dry season in winter and the beginning of the production period. The festival is characterized by regional crafts, traditional dishes, and the absence of alcoholic drinks. After initiating a dialogue process on criteria R3, R4, and R5, the evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria. It appreciated the broadest possible participation in the nomination process and the role played by the concerned stakeholders since 2016, including local and central government, the church, bearers and practitioners at every level. The element promotes mutual respect among communities and is compatible with sustainable development. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the Grand Festival of Tarija on the representative list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luba. Thank you. And the Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt draft decision on this file as shown on the screen as a whole. Yes, I see no objections. Therefore, I declare decision 16.com 8.b adopted as seen on the screens. Yes, I think Mrs. Sabina Orellana Cruz, the Minister of Cultures, the floor is open to you.
Gracias, hermano. Buenas tardes, distinguido secretario general y a todos los presentes en la 16ª reunión del Comité Intergubernamental. Es grato para el Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia celebrar la inscripción a la UNESCO de la Fiesta Grande de Tarija, San Roque, que permitirá fortalecer las prácticas y creencias ancestrales en el marco de la unidad de nuestros pueblos. A nombre del hermano presidente Luis Alberto Arce Catacora, a nombre de todas las bolivianas y bolivianos, en especial del pueblo de Tarija, agradezco este reconocimiento de la fiesta de San Roque para nuestra integración en los países del mundo, ¿por qué no en Bolivia? Muchísimas gracias a nombre de Bolivia.
A very good afternoon, distinguished General Secretary and all the authorities over there in Paris. To those all present at the 60th meeting of the Intergovernmental Committee, it is a real pleasure for the plurinational state of Bolivia to celebrate the registration to the UNESCO of the Grand Festival of Tarija, San Roque, which allows to strengthen all the ancestral practices and beliefs within the framework of the unity of our people. On behalf of our president, Mr. Luis Arce Catacora, on behalf of Bolivia, especially from the people of Tarija, I thank very deeply this reconnection of San Roque Festival that will help our own integration with all the countries of the world. That was the words of our minister.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, we have a video. We'll watch that also.
The fate of San Roque.
La fiesta es un venir, una comunión de las diferencias que vivimos durante el año.
The Grand Festival of Tarija, Faith, Tradition and Culture.
Tiene que ver con la fama de milagroso, ¿ya? Y con las promesas que se generan a través de esto. Que la gente venga año tras año con fe, con devoción y con cariño a San Roque a hacerlo hoy.
Tarija inspires Bolivia and the world the faith of national integration.
Lo primero es mantener nuestra cultura, nuestra tradición sobre todo, y que nunca perdamos la fe, ¿no?
Bolivia postulates the Grand Festival of Tarija as intangible cultural heritage of humanity.
Yes, I think, thank you very much. It was a very nice video we watched now. Now, next item, 8.B47, coming from Venezuela. And the nomination is festive cycle around the devotion and worship towards St. John the Baptist. So I will now give the floor to the representative of the evaluation body so that the findings of the body on the next nomination can be presented to the committee. Over to you, Luba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The element concerns a festive cycle of celebration and commemoration associated with St. John the Baptist. They are characterized by joyful drumming, dancing, storytelling and singing, and by processions with a statue of St. John the Baptist. The celebration is a symbol of cultural resistance and freedom, and a means of remembering the bearers' enslaved ancestors. The evaluation body considers that the nomination is well prepared and meets all 5 criteria. The practice of the element has allowed for reflections among communities to vindicate their own history and dispel prejudice and stereotypes established by dominant classes. The file sufficiently outlines the role of communities and the state in implementing the safeguarding measures, as well as throughout the whole nomination process. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the festive cycle around the devotion and worship towards St. John the Baptist on the representative list. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson of this evaluation body. Now, the Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. So may I therefore ask the committee to adopt draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole. I see no objections. Therefore, I declare the decision 16.com 8.b adopted as seen on the screens. Yes, I think now we expect a video of Ernesto Villagers from the Ministry of Culture video. Okay, get ready for the video.
Señor presidente y demás miembros del comité, quiero saludarlos y agradecerles en nombre del presidente de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moros, y de todo el pueblo venezolano por la inmensa alegría que ustedes acaban de regalarle a nuestro pueblo al aprobar la inscripción del ciclo festivo alrededor del culto y devoción a San Juan Bautista en la lista del Patrimonio Cultural Inmaterial de la Humanidad. Con esta suman 8 manifestaciones culturales venezolanas inscritas en las listas del Patrimonio Cultural Inmaterial. En esta materia, Venezuela ha dado muestras de un gran compromiso. Recientemente ha sido aprobada por nuestra Asamblea Nacional y refrendada por nuestro jefe del Estado una ley de salvaguardia del patrimonio cultural inmaterial. Hemos presentado todos los informes periódicos exigidos por la UNESCO. El ciclo festivo alrededor del culto y devoción a San Juan Bautista es una manifestación arraigada y extendida en toda Venezuela, que particularmente se celebra en las comunidades de origen afrodescendiente. Nosotros dedicamos esta victoria cultural venezolana a la memoria de nuestro líder afrodescendiente Aristóbulo Istúriz y a nuestros abuelos y abuelas esclavizados y esclavizadas que encontraron en San Juan un resquicio para la expresión de su religiosidad y de su cultura de la madre África. Este expediente, así como los 7 anteriores, ha sido elaborado con el consentimiento previo, libre e informado de las comunidades practicantes. Agradecemos asimismo las felicitaciones del órgano evaluador por la elaboración de este expediente. Felicitamos a los otros estados parte que han ingresado manifestaciones culturales del patrimonio cultural inmaterial a las listas de la UNESCO. Venezuela mantendrá un papel activo como hasta ahora en el marco de la UNESCO en la defensa de los derechos culturales de los pueblos, en la defensa del diálogo respetuoso entre todas las naciones y todas las culturas. Hoy Venezuela, orgullosa de su sangre africana, celebra esta victoria cultural. ¡Viva San Juan Bautista! ¡Viva el patrimonio cultural inmaterial de la humanidad!
Yes, thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Culture has explained us very nicely. And now, coming back to the next, 8.B11, coming from Ecuador. And the nomination is Pasilo, Song and Poetry. Therefore, I will now give the floor to the representative of the evaluation body so that the findings of the body on the next nomination can be presented to the committee. Over to you, Luba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next file is Pasillo, Song and Poetry, submitted by Ecuador. The pasillo is a type of music and dance that emerged in Ecuador during the South American independence wars in the 19th century. It is performed in ballroom dances, public ceremonies, festivals, radio and television programs, and outdoor concerts. The pasillo is an identity marker in Ecuador and a symbol of their connection with the homeland, and with time, it has become a form of collective expression. The evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria and highlights the file as a good example of how the inscription of an element can contribute to ensuring the visibility and awareness of the significance of intangible cultural heritage in general. It includes a proposal of safeguarding measures involving community actors and the state through a mixed management model. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of pasillo, song and poetry on the representative list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luba, for that explanation. So the Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment of this file. So may I therefore ask the committee to adopt draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole. That is draft decision 16.com 8.B11. 11 came from Ecuador. Yes, I see no objection. So I therefore declare decision 16.com 8.B adopted as seen on the screen. Yeah. There's a video. Let us watch the video first.
La riqueza cultural que tiene nuestro país está en su música, en su identidad. El pasillo y la música ecuatoriana hay que devolverle la memoria a estos jóvenes, a los niños y a las futuras generaciones y sentirnos orgullosos de toda esa rica historia, ese bagaje de pasillos, pasilleros, compositores, poetas e intérpretes, que en este género musical nos encontramos los ecuatorianos. Nos encontramos los costeños, los serranos, la gente del oriente de Galápagos.
Al pasillo se lo lleva en el alma, es sentimiento, añoranza y poesía. Con este reconocimiento, nuestro corazón se llena de orgullo. Larga vida al pasillo ecuatoriano.
Yes. The next item is 8.B31, coming from Panama. Dances and expressions associated with the corpus Christi festivity, that's the nomination. Therefore, I would like to ask, I will now give the floor to the representative of the evaluation body, that is Juba, so that the findings of the body on the next nomination can be presented to the committee. Over to you, Luba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Corpus Christi Festival is a religious festival in Panama that celebrates the body and blood of Christ. The festival combines Catholic tradition with popular practices and festivities and is characterized by theater, music, burlesque dance, and colorful costumes and masks. After initiating a dialogue process on criterion R3, the evaluation body considers that the nomination meets all 5 criteria. The inscription is likely to encourage the participation of other ethnicities within Panama in the practice of the element and in other festive occasions, thus promoting respect for cultural diversity. Past and current safeguarding measures have been undertaken by patronages, associations, family units, and the bearers and practitioners themselves. In cooperation with the state party, various measures were proposed by the communities, groups, and individuals concerned, and they will also be involved in their implementation. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of this element on the representative list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the Bureau did not receive any requests for debate or amendment for this file. Therefore, may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision on this file, as shown on the screens as a whole. Now you can see 16.com 8.b.31 from Panama. Any objections? Yes? So I see no objection. Therefore, I declare decision 16.com 8.b adopted as seen on the screens. Yeah. Now, let us watch the video first.
Encontramos que una de las danzas más antiguas es la diablada. La primera jerarquía que tenemos, diabladas. Diablicos sucios, diablicos limpios.
Es una fiesta, en principio, eminentemente religiosa, de data del siglo XIII, en España, Francia, y luego pasa a América, donde en América tiene mucha presencia.
Esto no puede morir así por así. Nosotros siempre tenemos que seguir porque mis tíos siempre nos han dicho que esto no es de ahora, esto viene de atrás. Y lo que más satisfecho es que esto corre por las venas. Mi abuelo bailaba también desde pequeño y a nosotros nos gusta esta tradición.
Yes, I think now I would like to invite the Ecuador Minister of Culture and Heritage. Over to you. The floor is yours now.
Gracias, señor presidente, señores miembros del comité. A nombre del Ecuador, quisiera expresar un agradecimiento a todos los miembros del Comité Intergubernamental para la Salvaguardia del PCI por este reconocimiento que se ha realizado a nuestro país al inscribir el elemento El Pasillo, Canción y Poesía en la lista representativa del Patrimonio Cultural Inmaterial de la Humanidad.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Ecuador, I would like to thank all the members of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the ICH for the recognition given to our country by inscribing the element El Pasillo, Song and Poetry on the representative list of the Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity.
El pasillo es un género musical, sistema rítmico de canción y poesía, originado a inicios del siglo XIX entre los músicos populares en la época de las guerras de la independencia sudamericana. Sus letras relatan acontecimientos relacionados a la familia, al amor, a la vida, a la muerte y a la tierra, parte de la cotidianidad de este pueblo. Varios pasillos se han convertido en verdaderos himnos de las ciudades, lo cual nos habla de la importancia que este género ha tenido en nuestra historia republicana hasta el presente.
The pasillo is a musical genre, rhythmic system of song and poetry, originated in the early 19th century among popular musicians at the time of the wars of South American independence. Its lyrics relate events related to family, love, life, death, and territory, part of our daily life. Several pasillos have become true city hymns, which speak of the importance this genre has had in our Republican history until today.
Actualmente el pasillo es una expresión de la identidad musical mestiza del Ecuador y debido a la migración de ecuatorianos al exterior se ha difundido e interpretado en varios países del mundo. Desde hace más de una década el Ecuador ha venido trabajando en la investigación de este género musical como patrimonio cultural inmaterial. Es así que en el 2018 se incorporó al pasillo ecuatoriano en la lista representativa del PCI del país. Desde entonces, el Instituto Nacional de Patrimonio Cultural ha trabajado en la construcción del expediente técnico internacional, realizando varios talleres de trabajo participativos a lo largo del territorio nacional, con la participación de cientos de personas, entre músicos, compositores, historiadores, antropólogos y ciudadanía en general.
Currently, the pasillo is an expression of Ecuador's mestizo musical identity. Due to the migration of Ecuadorians abroad, it has been spread and interpreted in several countries around the world. For more than a decade, Ecuador has worked on the research of this musical genre as intangible cultural heritage, and in 2018, incorporated the pasillo ecuatoriano in the representative list of the ICH of the country. Since then, the Heritage Institute has worked on the construction of the international technical file by conducting several participatory workshops throughout the national territory, with the participation of hundreds of people, including musicians, composers, historians, anthropologists, and citizens in general.
La inclusión del pasillo como patrimonio cultural inmaterial de la humanidad constituye una gran responsabilidad para trabajar con mayor fuerza en la salvaguardia de nuestro patrimonio cultural. Sin duda, este reconocimiento nos invita a todos los ecuatorianos a reencontrarnos con nuestra historia, con nuestra identidad musical, la cual a partir de hoy es además un patrimonio de toda la humanidad. Muchísimas gracias.
The inclusion of pasillo as intangible cultural heritage of humanity constitutes a great responsibility to work harder to safeguard our cultural heritage. Undoubtedly, this recognition invites all Ecuadorians to re-encounter our history, our musical identity, which as of today is a heritage of all humanity. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now, the end of the journey of the second day has come. So they are here. Now, a submitting state is Peru. Nomination, pottery-related values, knowledge, and practices of the Aujan people. And therefore, I will now give the floor to the representative of the evaluation body so that the findings of the body on the next nomination can be presented to the committee. Over to you, Lua.
Thank you very much. The art of pottery making of the Avayun people is based on deep knowledge of nature and the environment. The pottery preparation process comprises 5 stages: the collection of materials, modeling, firing, decorating, and finishing. Each stage of the process has a meaning and associated values that are told in the people's oral traditions. The pottery itself is essential in Avayun rituals and requires concentration, discipline, skills, and respect. It is associated with the sustainable use of the environment and includes care for and cultivation of plants used for pottery and decoration. The evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria. The well-elaborated file can serve as a good example to highlight the valuable role of living heritage in indigenous contexts related to living sustainably and creatively in and with the natural ecosystem. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of the pottery-related values, knowledge, lore and practices of the Abayun people on the representative list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, the Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole, on the screen. That is 16.com 8.b 32. Came from Peru. Poetry, related values. So, I see no objection. I therefore declare decision 16.com 8.b adopted as seen on the screens. Yes. So, thank you very much. And we can watch a video now.
Buenas tardes, presidente, miembros del comité, estados y organizaciones. Es una alegría para nuestro país celebrar la inscripción de los valores, conocimientos, saberes y prácticas del pueblo aguajún asociados a la cerámica en tan significativa lista de la UNESCO. El pueblo aguajún es uno de los 55 pueblos originarios del Perú y un gran aliado en el cuidado del medio ambiente, y lo demuestra a través del uso sostenible de los recursos naturales para la creación de tan bellas piezas. Es un honor tener como representantes de la cultura del país ante el mundo a mujeres indígenas que valoran y transmiten valiosos saberes ancestrales, destacando el uso de la lengua aguajún, vehículo importantísimo de nuestra memoria y de nuestra historia. Gracias nuevamente.
Yamai amueve numi ana sampe sigahama kwasha takatsukandosta ahak matin ma tahai. Yamai dukuhi takahagmo dukushi takahagmo nawani nagamabe utihai nish nagamabe se kwasha tahama onesko takata nankamne mun sakas yuinabe numa takat uchiñenabe hanchi apuenoi yuadnosh matakainabe se kwasha tahama.
Onescos amo yabe weiti uhenumni sigahama ina takatero numi abuagua nunu chimi dom yukuku o ena nunu ahangati regasto sanunu amush kanyehet katasatahama artesana tiero kamu kebe ahanga kishwasi no yasam denu nyehet katawela neso kusa sigahama se kwasha mesha pawimba.
So thank you very much. Now I think Panama owns the. Peru, the minister. I think the Peru Minister of Culture wants to give his comments. Please, over to you, Honorable Minister, Peru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. We would like to thank the Secretariat, the evaluation body, and the committee. This recognition is the result of great efforts made by the Awajún people. Also, it is a recognition of the Awajún wise women who allow us to learn about their memory and identity through creativity, while it also makes us realize how vulnerable is the intangible cultural heritage is. The wisdom shared by these incredible women and their particular bond with the environment serve us as an example of how to respect, manage, and take care of nature, which only lead us to acknowledge and embrace the resilience of Amazonian people. In this regard, as the wise woman has mentioned, reforestation is crucial for the environmental strengthening and sustainability. That's why they consider it an important part of the safeguarding measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. I think Panama, take 1 minute. Over to you, Panama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Panama is celebrating the emotion and satisfaction of the Panamanian people, and especially of the bearers of the tradition associated with the Corpus Christi is indescribable. It's been 2 years since it was celebrated in person. In some cases, it was celebrated virtually. The recognition on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity offer great motivation after years of inventory documentation. This achievement celebrates the capacity for consensus of the groups and dance from 7 provinces that show the great cultural diversity of our country and the future work to continue supporting each other. Thanks to everyone who has contributed. If the issue team, to all local managers, to our authorities, to the permanent delegation, to UNESCO, and its team, the evaluation body. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. And also I must say that I'm sorry that I missed a video from Arabic celebrity. And now I want to show that video, Arabic celebrity from celebrity from Saudi Arabia. Please, over to you, that video. Yes.
Arabic calligraphy is the artistic practice of handwriting Arabic script in a fluid manner to convey harmony, grace, and beauty according to special artistic rules. It uses the 28 letters of the Arabic alphabet written from right to left in cursive. Some are dotted to differentiate between similar letters. Sometimes ornamentations enhance the aesthetic beauty of calligraphy.
الخط تقريبا مثل الإسلام بني على 5 حدة الأمواس بهذا الشكل، حدة الأمواس وجودة القرطاس وحبس الأنفاس وقوة الأخماس ولمعان الأنقاس أي الحبر.
Arabic calligraphy was intended to make Arabic writing clear and legible. It gradually became an Islamic Arab art, including traditional, modern, and abstract works. Arabic calligraphy is a widely spread art among Arab and non-Arab countries.
أجمل ما في الخط العربي إنه لا يستهدف فئة معينة، يستهدف الأطفال، الكبار، البنات، الأولاد، السيدات، الرجال. الآن ولله الحمد والمنة في كثير من البنات مجازات في عدة خطوط، الأولاد كذلك. المدارس الآن من الجنسين ولله الحمد والمنة بدأوا يتجهون الخط العربي. المقيمين من أخواننا حتى ولله الحمد والمنة في غير الناطقين باللغة العربية نلقى فيهم اهتمام في تعلم الخط العربي، وهذا يعتبر مؤشر جيد لنهضة في الخط العربي.
Yes, thank you very much for that beautiful video. And dear colleagues, thank you for your attention to the items we have been able to cover today. While we are working in a vertical capacity, I can feel your energy and enthusiasm in our discussions. I would like to remind Bureau members that the second meeting of the Bureau will be taking place tomorrow morning, like today in the morning, at 9:30 a.m. Paris time. So I wish you all the pleasant rest of your day. I declare today's session adjourned. Thank you very much for everybody. I go on. Yeah, without lunch.
isn't in the past. Our heritage isn't our better times. Our culture isn't done being defined. It's in the air. It's in the earth. It's in the waters. As it has been for thousands of years. As it still is this morning. Sri Lanka isn't a place, it's a marvel, a brave new world that wasn't made by the rules. She's a rebel of nature. It's a blessing of imagination, of untold innovation and resilience. Let's tell the story of Sri Lanka with the same courage this island was born of. It's in how we love, how we believe, how we protect, how we share, how we feast, and how we heal. As we dismiss strangers by making them friends. Because that stuff of stars that is beneath our feet, the brilliance that makes the monsoon waltz around lush hills and save itself to soothe scorched plains. The wonder that makes the salty seas nurture jungles of pure paradise. And the wild beauty that stays fierce and vibrant even as time tries to quieten it is in us. And now it's time to show the world Sri Lanka as it has always been, but never been realized before.